Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Astrothi, the voice of New Eden, and it is May 14th, YC127, and this is day 3 of Abyss Week. This is the Eve Universe Show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I honestly do not know what thing you're talking about, Havoc. Maybe? A lot of things happen. Oh, hold on. And the mic is a little bit in my way. Hold on a second. Let me fix this a little bit. If it was a contract or something, I probably did. I don't know. We can talk about it after the show if you want. All right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Settle on in, like the stream. If you are new, make sure to subscribe to the channel. Today we are going to be going over the Dark Cerberus Abyss. Hold on, let me switch to boom. There we go. So now we've got the Dark. So today's Abyss, this is one of my favorite ships for the Abyss. This fit was made by a friend of ours named Ganai. It's very, very clever. I like it a lot. Technically speaking, I'm pretty sure it can do T6s, but we're not. We'll see how deep we go today. That said, yesterday I went to go do my Stormbringer last night and got legitimately horrified as the Lashak room managed to, in this, like, it was working me down, and then right as I was trying to jump out to escape, they hit me one last time, taking me from 10% shields to 14% structure, and a sound came out of my mouth that I don't know if I can recreate voluntarily, and it made me realize that I need to stream a lot more Abyss. So, because, like, I honestly, if I am going to lose a ship in the Abyss or something like that, I want to do it on stream, right? Like, because, like, the idea of something terrible happening and me not getting at least content out of it made it even more horrifying to me. So, you know, we've done a few Abyss every day, but honestly, after this week, I think we're still going to do some pretty, like, we'll make Abyss a more regular content for when we're just hanging out. Maybe do a few hours of the Abyss or something like that, just so that way, you know, I kind of have I don't necessarily want to just record what I'm doing and then upload a video. That seems boring, and you guys, I've been having more people ask me for more streaming, so there could be, I think that in the future, especially, well, we'll see about this week, but like in the future, I think that we'll do more Abyss as just regular streaming content if people are into that kind of thing. So make sure to let me know by liking these streams, all of these streams for the Abyss, because if they do well, then I'll know to keep doing them. Did Zoria come see why your voice pitched up? She did look legitimately very concerned why I went like it was pretty good. It was a honest, soul shriveling scream of horror that if you were in comms with us, you would have been able to hear. That is a good point. If you know, you can always come into Discord and hang out with us. I also enjoy Abyss streams. I miss that gameplay, so it's really nice and informative to watch the Abyss streams. And like I said, if I lose a ship, at least it's content, right? So today we are going to be doing this Light in the Darkness, which is my Dark Cerberus fit. Like I said, I got it from Ganai. This is a bit more spendy than some of the previous examples, although it's about the same as the Stormbringer, because it, like the Stormbringer, kind of gets by with mid-grade crystals. So we looked at it yesterday, you know, with the Storm Abyss. Mid-grade crystals are actually as cheap, if not a little bit cheaper than low-grade crystals, so you might as well always use mid-grades. And then we also have heavy assault missiles, guided missile precision, target navigation prediction, and rapid launch implants just to make it a little bit nastier. This thing relies on heavy assault missiles, which are the short-range weapon system, and we've got a double web system in order to lock down the enemies to maximize how much damage I can apply. It has it does have a large shield booster instead of a medium shield booster, and a Thucker cap battery to help it keep stable. So it's got a big shield rep compared to what you would expect. We have in our browser window, it is on Eve Workbench, for those of you who are interested. And there is one thing, the reason why this ship is so expensive is in part because it relies on a full rack of Caldari Navy heavy assault missile launchers. So if you don't have these Caldari Navy heavy assault missile launchers, I believe that the solution, if I remember correctly, is one of these Caldari Navy ballistic control systems has to be compact, or there's a little thing. Basically, you're going with this because of fitting. If you look at the power grid of this thing, it is incredibly tight. So just bear that in mind, I guess. I guess you could go for a Thurifer large cap battery, potentially, although that's going to be pretty expensive too. In the end, I upgraded to my heavy assault missile launcher. Let me see if I still have my old. Yeah. So back when I had heavy missile launchers 2, you drop one of the ballistic control systems for a reactor control unit. But before that, I see the random sack in chat, and in voice chat earlier, he was showing off a tool called Rift, which is something I've got to check out late. Ash flying a lot of Caldari gear today. Well, that's why I'm actually on my other character. I'm not on Ash. This is without Geno implants, correct? Because Geno implants would replace the crystals, and I want the crystals. But yeah, this is my Caldari character, Caldari missile character. That's true. Also, so like I said, Random Sack has been posting stuff about the Rift Intel tool, which is something I haven't checked out yet today, or yet, period. But I did want to show you guys something a little bit cool that reminded me. Because one of the features of that is the jukebox. So just so you guys know, here's the Eve launcher. Here's my Eve launcher. Oh no, you can get some information about my guys a little bit. But if you hit Control F while in the launcher, wait, why is it suddenly not working? Really? Hold on. My launcher's locked up. Hold on. No. What? Hold on. Why is everything falling apart while I'm live? Yeah, but the launcher just locked up for some reason. All right, so here's my launcher. And if you hit Control F and then type in below the asteroids without any spaces. Is that right? Hold on. Below the asteroids. Did I spell it wrong? Really? Why is nothing working? It's probably already, it's probably not working because it's already unlocked. If you do below the oh no, it's colon. It's colon below the asteroids. My bad. If you do colon below the asteroids, you'll unlock Rebel Radio, which Rebel Radio is the jukebox. So if you ever want to access the jukebox, if anybody's complaining about the jukebox, you can always pull up the features from the nerf, which was a April Fool's Day joke. But one of the most popular of them all is the Below the Asteroids for Rebel Radio. There's also Eve is Beautiful for Instagram, the Instalock, Fedo for Red Knot, and Oz for Outback Air. So if we go colon Oz, then it does that, which is the Australian version of the game, obviously, or of the client, because it's upside down. Don't you get it? pause again, and it flips it right side up. But once you've unlocked it, you can always go Control F and then unlocked features to pull it up, right? So you can look up Reddit, I believe, through this method. Oh, no. Red Knot is the here are all the chronicles. Here's the chronicles, which are pretty cool for those of you who are interested in the lore. And then Instalock is their Instagram. So it's just pretty pictures. And Rebel Radio is the New Eden music. So we can go, and there's also the permaban songs. So it's not exactly the same as the jukebox that is in Rift, but I just wanted to show off that there is at least this, and it's kind of cool. Correct. This used to be part of the Eve client. Anyway, okay, so let's jump into it. We can show off a video today too. I'd be interested to know what video you guys are interested in watching. I was thinking about watching the undocking into a new world. We have a lot of newer players recently. And so the undocking into the new world is about new player experience, as in not just like the NPE that CCP makes, but like our early experiences in EVE Online, and potentially how to make it better. So I feel like that could be a good video to watch just to see what we can get out of it. But that's really up to you guys. So let us begin. So darks are a pretty unique type of abyss. If we go into the agencies, if you go into the agency and you go to encounters, over here to Abyssal Dead Space, are we going to go through the Frontier vids as well eventually? I'd like to. Maybe we could do that today if we want. The other thing I was thinking about doing is doing my final review of the event. Remember, today is the last day of the event. It's the last day to log in. It's the last day to get event track, which this is, again, my alt, so relax. But you know, if you want to, if you still need BPCs, reach out to me. I should be able to help you out a little bit. We still have some. Yeah, if you are interested, Havoc, especially, just keep on bringing it up. Because it's one of those things that, like, EVE Frontiers and EVE Galaxy Conquest, there's plenty of people that are like, don't do that at all. So having people be like, no, we want you to cover that is very helpful to me. All right. There's a lot of them, though. And there's a lot of them that probably don't need to be reviewed as much. Like, player presentations can be fun, but I'm more happy to sit in the sidelines and throw popcorn at the screen when it's CCP talking than, like, trying to give too much commentary on a player presentation, if that makes sense. Oh, man, The Death of a Game 514. I need to check that out still. That's right. I mean, obviously, I don't know if I want to do a commentary of that because it's another YouTuber and, like, that's a whole thing as opposed to CCP, official CCP content. But, yeah, I saw that The Death of the Game series, which is a very good YouTube series, did one on Dust 514. And I haven't checked it out yet, but I'm very interested in what they say and what I have to say about it. Any rate, so darks. We go to the agency. We go to encounters, Abyssal Dead Space, filaments and weather. We can see, you know, we did electrical yesterday. That's EM and capacitor. We did gamma, right? No, we did exotic the day before, which is scan resolution and kinetic. So we can see that each one of them is based on a different damage type, except for darks. Darks speed everything up, bonus to maximum velocity, and it cuts everyone's optimal and fall off in half. The biggest advantage with this is that the vast majority of the things that do spooky stuff in the Abyss, all of the trig ships, the drifter ship, you know, the drifter battleship, even the road drone battleship, they all use turrets, and this weather affects them. So this cuts their optimal in half, but the AI doesn't know to compensate for that. So unlike these other weathers, the dark reduces incoming damage significantly. This is why a lot of frigates want to fly in darks, because it makes it so that they're significantly harder to hit. They're faster. The ships, the big ships that can hit them can't hit them because they don't have enough optimal or tracking. And barring like approaching the drifter battleship, you can basically it undermines some of the most dangerous rooms in the abyss. So you don't need nearly as much of a tank in a dark as you do in the other weathers. But it also significantly affects your turrets. I actually just saw that there's a post about a dark Ikitursa that I'm very interested in. I want to try it out just because that sounds fascinating to me. But for the most part, you don't want turret ships in a dark abyss because they also get cut in half. You also don't want drone ships in a dark abyss because drones use turrets. And drones, just like the rats, do not compensate for their cut-off optimal range and fall-off. So they end up missing a lot. There is a Gila build that can do darks. But basically you have to use stream accounts. 89 million Steam accounts reportedly leaked. Change your password now. All right. Well, that's gonna be a pain in the ass. So Dark Iki would be interesting to see. Just got trained into it before FanFest and had that much time to change it or try it. Yeah, and that might be something that we try out probably next week. That could be something we dabble into. I did see, so on Reddit. Where is it? Ah, here we go. So this video is a chaotic dark Ikitursa guide.
Everyone,
so
Caldar.
Oh, shh. It's 46 minutes long. It just came out 8 hours ago, so I haven't given it a shot yet. But this is something I've been intensely interested in. One of my favorite fits from back in the day was actually a dark Vedmak, which shouldn't work, but definitely does. So I want to check out this video, and then maybe we'll try out the dark Ikitursa, because I've been very, very interested in that. And it looks like it works pretty well. So very exciting. But that's not what we're doing today. Today we are leaning into the dark by using a missile ship. 89 million accounts as chat logs. So unless you sent your phone number or password through Steam messages, should be fine. Still change password though. Yeah, the thing is that once there's a breach, like, yeah, just assume that there's more exposed than what they said. I'm looking into this now. I mean, it is a good time to change your password. That's true. 89 million account details have gone up for sale on the dark web. It turns out to be legitimate. This doesn't talk about how or what data it composes of. That said, just as a heads up, what I would recommend is that anytime you have a data breach like this, my one cybersecurity advice to you is, if you're changing your password because of a suspected data breach, do not use a password that's used anywhere else, right? Like, assume that it is very possible that the system that you're changing the password in is still compromised, right? That's the big thing about data breaches, is that like it not only do they have data, but they could theoretically have a backdoor, and that becomes very difficult to detect. So just assume if they've already had a data breach that they're not good stewards of your data, and so don't then give them more information that could expose your other accounts, right? Just make a new password for it and keep on rolling. All right. So today we're going to start with T3 and then move our way up. Probably because Steam doesn't want to draw much attention. Yep, use password manager so you get one password per login. Yeah, but password managers are great. It's always best to have a single point of failure, I say. Also, today is going to be a little bit different when it comes to our strategies. The big thing that I'm going to be working on today is with this fit, we've talked about this with other days, this fit brings with us a mobile tractor unit. So the idea here is that, you know, with the Gila, we had a tractor beam, so we could go get cans. With the Stormbringer, you don't bother, although apparently some people do, because it's about going fast and completing the abyss as fast as possible, because time is of the essence, especially with the, you know, depending on if you get potato rooms. Wouldn't that suck if you spend just a little bit of extra time in room 1 and 2 making sure that your tractor unit pulls in all of the different cans, only to jump into the last room and get a potato and time out? That would suck. So, but the Cerberus is fast, it's agile, and it has some pretty decent range with the heavy assault missiles, all things considered. Let's go look at it. It's we've got, I mean, 34 kilometers. So what we do is we're going to go to the gate, drop our MTU, and then spend the rest of the time popping cans and scooping the MTU when we're done to maximize the reward that we get. So this is going to be an MTU supported setup. And so I recommend, anytime you're starting with a new ship, no matter what, even if you think you know the Abyss, even if, you know, whatever, and even if you're, like, I haven't flown this ship in a while, so I'm going to start with T3. It's not a waste of your time. It's good to kind of just knock the dust off, get you used to it, and more importantly, see, like, at Tier 3, you can see what does and doesn't scare you. If you run into a problem in T3, you can usually fix it. If you run into a problem in T4, 5, and 6, you're probably going to die. So I'm going to do a couple of T3s just to kind of, you know, like I said, knock the dust off, and then we'll work our way up. I believe this ship should be absolutely capable of doing T6s. I know it dunks T5s. And this is a custom skin that I made. Oh, and I need to change my pelt so that way I'm tracking my alt Invictus instead of Ash. Hold on. Okay. So let's go. We'll do a run and then we'll start a giveaway. What? What? There we go. All right. Upholder. Preserver. I think I'm going to go Upholder, then Escort, Sentinel, Preserver. Blue Cloud is not a big deal for me, but Orange Cloud is, so I'm going to kite to the side. This thing is designed to fight close range. I need to get them to come in close. Also, I can theoretically go get this extraction node. Here's the upholder. Got too close to me. So watch how fast I kill this thing. This is with all of them, like all these dudes repping. It'll just eat through them. This is such a bad room for a tractor unit to be in. Maybe we'll just skip the tractor unit this time. Even these lucid escorts are going to be pretty easy to get. Although, yeah, they need to get within 14 kilometers of me so I can web them down. Then you can see, like, they instantly get popped, even though, again, I'm using heavy assault missiles. So heavy assault missiles should have, like, some pretty decent, or, like, some bad application. Doesn't matter. Does not matter. $3 million. Start webbing down this Aegis, so that way, as soon as this thing dies, we pop it. Although it's going to start speeding up now, again. There we go. Boom. Dead. I love how fast this thing kills stuff. It's so good. So, like, while the Stormbringer is, you know, just feels like it's cheating, because you kind of ignore everything. This thing just makes you feel so powerful. This is probably, at least it feels the most powerful of any of the Abyss fits that I've ever flown. Also, Dark Abyss is gorgeous. All right. So I'm actually going to go after this extraction node first, just so I can pop it. There is a harrowing Vedmak and some tangling. I don't like tangling, but this harrowing is getting close. Let's fuck it up. We'll go after the... Really? It fell behind? So these tangling is going to web me down, but I'm going to web it down. We're going to pop this extraction node by shooting one missile at it, and then just fly away. Which gives us enough time to web down the harrowing Vedmak and kill it. This room is very deadly to a lot of people because, you know, they're spider tanks, they're webs, they're newts. This ship eats them. I am going to run into some cap problems, so I got to start killing these starving. But as you can see, like, I'm carving through them way faster than their remote reps can deal with. And I do need to deal with some of these tangling just so I can get back to the gate in time, so that way I can put down my accelerator. Oh man, it's going to be... This is actually the issue that I run into, which is like when to drop the mobile depot, when not to. My cap is getting low. I'm below 25%, so I actually need to start dancing with my capacitor. So I'm going to shut off my booster for a few seconds. Let them kind of cut me up a little bit, but saving my cap while I kill the last starving. So now there's no more newts on field. My cap is above 30%, which means I can go back to using all my stuff. And you can see, especially with those crystals, my cap recovers just fine. So I do have some extra time, so I'm going to just show off at least what the tractor unit can do. Yeah, I think it is better than it is best to drop the mobile tractor unit near the transfer conduit, because that's where you need to be in the end anyways. We'll look at the paper DPS in just a second. Remember, this is a T3, so like the challenge level here should be extraordinarily low. Like if anything scares me today or in here, then that's actually a pretty big problem. I'm going to drop the tractor unit. We use a pack rat or a magpie because it's faster for deployment and for pulling things in. Time is of the essence. Fitting 992 DPS. Is this going to grab the other one? Yes, it is. It's bringing it in. I'm going to wait for that. Again, you can decide whether or not it's worth it to you. In this case, like I said, it's like I'm going so fast. I'm on room 2. I've got 13 minutes left. It's one can. I'm going to wait. Let's see what's in it. $1.7 million feels a little worth it. Scoop into cargo hold. Let's keep going. All right. Lucis Sentinel, Firewatcher, Firewatcher, Sentinel. It's going to be my priority here. I'm going to kill this extraction node. And then start heading towards the gate. I do have some stuff that's close to me, so let's go ahead and lock it up and just start lapping it. The fire watchers are here. So newts are going to be a pretty high priority because I can still get newted out, and that would really, really suck. So I'm going to kill these fire watchers and the sentinel. There's my cap alarm. Sentinel's got the bigger newt, so let's go ahead and go after that. And I'm webbed. So many webs. Webs suck because it makes it so it's harder to get my tractor unit down. Boom. One more ship. My capacitor's back below 30 again, or 20 again, so time for me to try to save some cap while I kill the last newt. The last newt's down, so let's go ahead and go after the wardens. They are the webs. Cap is back above 30%, which means I'm stable. We're going to call this good place to place this. Start heading to this other extraction node. My range is, what is it again? 34? That's 34. Shoot off a missile. Head to this extraction node. Shoot one missile at this extraction node. Head back to the pack rat. Kill the warden. Then the Aegis. Yeah, if you forget the MTU, then you're screwed. Don't do that. That's true. The MTUs that you do mutate and make sure that it guarantees you get a potato in the next room or the next run. That's not true, but it'd be really funny. Now, MTU also does make more sense in higher tier Abyss because you've got more time, because you've got to kill more rats. Right? There's one more that it needs to pull in. The Abyss is a really good place to learn to not leave your drones behind and not leave your MTU behind, because it is brutally punishing if you do. They're like, I guess that's just not yours anymore. There we go, 4 million in this one can. Oh no. You lost a or you might have lost a porpoise. Where? We'll do one more dark, level 3 dark, just because I have it here, and then we'll step it up. Seven and a half minutes left. I mean, wherever, depending on where you were and what you were doing, it should be fine. Yeah, so yeah, you should be fine. Is it unmatched? This feels less exciting. I mean, there's different things for everybody. Also, remember, we're still doing a tier 3. If I remember correctly, we started with tier 4 with the Stormbringer. Just because the thing about the Stormbringer is, because it hits multiple things, you might as well be doing a tier 4, tier 5, because it just actually increases your damage. Okay. Triglavian extraction node. Tangling Damavik, ghosting Damavik, ghosting Damavik, tangling Damavik, ghosting Damavik. This could be a dangerous room under normal conditions. I'm not that afraid of it, but we're going to see if we can blap this tangling Damavik before things get... Yep. We're going to definitely grab that tangling Damavik before, or the ghosting... yeah, the tangling before anything can happen. Now we're going to kill a ghosting. Ghosting does reduce your damage, and can be very, very deadly for ships. Now I've got some weapon disruption. We're going to see whether or not that affects things. It does affect my missile flight time, for example. So my flight time is only 20. My flight is only 22 instead of 34. So I can't get this extraction node yet. Now I can. And let's go ahead and head to the biocache. We're going to kill the harrowing Vedmak now, and then we'll get down. We'll take down the ghosting. Ghosting are actually a pretty serious priority because, like I said, they reduce your damage in a world in which they have remote reps. Like, that's what killed my Deimos, for example. Where's the gate? Wait, hold on. There's the gate. No, so ADCU is, like, a lot of times you actually don't want to use an ADCU because the ADCU has a lower general defense rate than normal damage control. It does have the like, oh my god, emergency, but, like, I don't necessarily want to... I don't need that. So if you look, I use a normal actual damage control, not a ADCU. Because I want generally good resistances, not suddenly good resistances. Yeah, ADCUs are definitely more PvP focused. This one was perfect because, like, it took me the amount of time it took to kill all of the rats to collect all the loot. So I didn't lose any time. So that was an almost flawless room. Therefore, I forgot to reload. Marshal. All right, let's go ahead and burn into the Marshal ASAP. Afterburners overheated. Lock everything up. Damage on the Marshal ASAP. I don't like the fact that I'm going through an orange cloud. But as soon as I get within 34, we're going to go. Hopefully I get out of the orange cloud fast. Otherwise this gets really bad. I'm out of the orange cloud and we are safe. So I'm going to come over here and drop the MTU. Lock up the biocache. And head towards the extraction node. And just start ripping these guys apart. And I'm at 34 there, so let's go ahead and shoot one missile at the extraction node. Get to work on the rest of these rats. So the Marshal room has intense upfront damage. The Marshal has rapid heavies, which makes it incredibly deadly to pretty much everything. So being able to burn in there, if you saw, I overheated my afterburner in order to get within range faster. Being able to kill those the Concorde battleship and the Leshaks are both like absolutely critical. How fast you can kill them. You got to kill them before they're able to get you under control or kill you. All right. Pulling in the last can. Scooping it up. We have earned 19 million so far from these two T2s, or T3s rather. One, two. Okay, so yeah, we want to pop these two extraction nodes first. There is a starving Vedmax. Starving Vedmax are nasty as hell with how much they newt. You're going to see, once they get a little bit closer, you're going to see a big newt hit. Because they basically have a heavy newt. But it also means that it cycles slowly. Hopefully we'll kill it before it can even do anything. Getting that remote rep in, though. We're going to shoot one shot at that. One shot at the other one. And then back to the Vedmac. The starving Vedmac isn't hitting me as hard from my capacitor as I thought it would. Alright. Now, we're fine. Let's go ahead and head to the harrowing Vedmac. because that's going to be a lot of damage. And let's get back down to the conduit so that way we can drop our mobile tractor unit and get started tractoring these wrecks that we just made. Perfect. And pop the cache. And start killing the final Damavix. This is definitely like my favorite missile boat to run in the Abyss. We'll see how it goes at higher difficulties. Ooh, small disintegrator specialization skill book. Man, I remember when these were like hundreds of millions of ISK each. Now they're 4 million. You guys don't have an excuse to train not training T2 trig weapons anymore. It used to be very expensive to do that. Now they're pretty cheap. All right, let's go ahead and dock up. Grab some better filaments. We'll do T4 next. We'll do two T4s, see how that goes. Those go well, then we'll move up to T5. There's also much less piloting cadence. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, it's true. Like, you cannot underestimate the giggle factor of the Stormbringer, right? It's just such a delight to fly, to watch everything just go at the same time. It's so fun. I like the Dark Cerb because when you're done like struggling to, they're really fun in dens. Honestly, they're really fun in dens. Just because you get to blow up the whole fucking site at the same time. We'll grab, like, 2. And then grab all this stuff. Drop it in here. All right. Wait, let's at least repair. People will get on me if I undock with damaged stuff and then keep doing the Abyss with damaged stuff. People freak out. It's funny. Oh. I will say a lot less people today, a lot less talkative today. Is that because people are... I wonder if that's because people are less interested in this particular setup, if people are tired of me doing the Abyss stuff, if it's just a quiet day, Wednesday being what it is. I didn't used to stream on... I usually don't stream on Wednesdays, so maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Something to think about. All right. Been a long day on your end? Well, I'm glad you're here. Oh, I didn't mean to, like, call anybody out or anything. Okay. Let's go this way. Firewatcher, 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 Firewatcher. Definitely want to prioritize those. I'm in a gray cloud already, so let's go ahead and pop these. And we can keep heading out. All right, we gotta get some stuff done. We definitely got to get some stuff done. Got to get those fire watchers down. Got to get those fire watchers down. Then the Webbers. Let's actually go ahead and... I don't need the conduit. The biocache. Go after the biocache. And we'll grab these wardens because they're webbing me and I hate it. This is close enough. Let's go ahead and just drop this. Start heading to this extraction node, although I'm not that far from it now. So we're going to shoot the extraction node once and then orbit the pack rat and start killing wardens. I will read. Let's see. I know you're headlining the VisCon. A portion of the viewers in the last few days are here to see FanFest content. Well, we're running low on. I mean, like, yeah, but we're now at like the. I mean, you're right. Yeah, that is very much an explanation as to why there is some drop in viewership. I was just pointing out, like, give you guys an opportunity to express yourself or start chatting or whatever. I don't know. I'm not upset by it or anything like that. Don't get me wrong. I was just commenting. Munin versus Cerberus for Darks. Munin is apparently really good at Darks. I actually haven't dabbled with the Munin. I personally feel like the Cerberus is going to be better, but that could very well be primacy bias on my end. Like, this is the one I've used. 10 million out of this one can with a glorified unstable 1MN afterburner mutaplasmid blueprint sounds like it should be pretty worth something. Wait, there's none available? I feel like that's worth something. We'll look at that when we get out of here. I like I said, I haven't dabbled too much with the Munin after it got changed. Sorry, 15 million in this one room. God, I love tier 4s. Over 15 million because that's without the blueprint value. And this room is going to be wrapped up in just about 4.5 minutes. Oh, hold on. I almost forgot my pack rat. Honestly, so I've asked for something that a lot of people find very controversial. I want Carrier Abyss. Because I want content that is designed for carriers, that ensures that you are by yourself, so there's only one person, but there are multiple places where things are happening that you need to do. Are hams always better than heavy missile launchers? Hams are reserved for like most of the time heavy missiles ends up being good because it has longer range, better application. hands are hard to get the damage application out of them. Oop, here we go again. Firewatcher, 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 Firewatcher. What kind of gray cloud, speed cloud bullshit have I run into? Holy crap. This is when I would have liked to have brought my hard shell. I should have brought hard shell. I'm just saying, like, an abyss, like, the problem with trying to make content for carriers in an open world is that people are just going to do it as a group or whatever. Like, I think it'd be good for there to be a setup where you have to, like, have things in multiple places, so you have to control your fighters individually in order to do stuff. We're going to let that cook me for a few minutes, or a few seconds, rather. While I finish off these fire watchers, and then I'm going to turn it back on. Whoop. Yeah. Well, I mean, of course, by default, it has to be low null only. Carriers can't be in high sec and work as a carrier. So, yeah, by default, by making it carrier abyss, you're also making it low sec, null sec only. What is my range right now? 29. Looking at a trace and waiting for the carrier to come out. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? Yeah, everybody's like... the problem is that people hate on the Abyss because it's quote-unquote instanced. But, like, the advantage of that is it makes it so that there's only that one person there. You can truly test that pilot's capabilities. The problem, so the thing is that the reason why they've been able to do everything smaller than a cruiser is because it was tuned for a cruiser, and then they were just like, okay, well, let's see what happens if we allow 2 or 3 frigates. Okay, let's see what happens if we allow 2 destroyers, right? Like, it was balanced around cruisers. So to let you have a battle cruiser could theoretically, like, I mean, that's just not going to match in the balance. Yeah, half a battle cruiser. Well, it's interesting because, like, honestly, you could argue that a battle cruiser in the Abyss may not actually do as good. Multiple spawn groups per room. Well, again, so now you're changing the way that the Abyss works. Like, whether you're in a frigate, whether or not you're in a destroyer battleship, the spawns are exactly the same. The only thing that changes is the biocombative cache versus bioadaptive cache. Right? So they would have to change the balance fundamentally in order to make it available for battlecruisers. But I think that, honestly, you could argue that you might be able to let battlecruisers in here, and some rooms will be easier, and some rooms are going to be harder. Because, like, that battlecruiser is going to get messed up by Karen. And because the battlecruiser is going to be slower than the cruiser, and the cruiser already has a lot of trouble catching up with Karen. So 1 tier 4 Abyss, and we are at 26 million so far. Room 2. T3 cruiser's good for Abyss. T3 cruisers would dunk the shit out of the Abyss. That's the problem. Abyssal Overmind. Not scary at all for me. I gotta get out of this orange cloud, though. Holy shit. Gotta get out of the orange cloud. Gotta get out of the orange cloud. Don't want to have cap problems at the very beginning. Alright, let's kill the snare casters. How's my cap? It's over 25%. That's good. Remember, if your cap is below 25%, that means it's broken. Just like your shields. So, oh. Overheating my afterburner too much. CCP kind of messed up the balance for T3Cs. I don't necessarily agree with the fact that they messed it up. Hold on, I'll have to read. It's hard for me to keep up with chat and do some of these rooms at the same time. What's going to be really funny is after yesterday, watching how fast I kill this potato. You want to see something really funny? Let's see how fast I kill this potato. All right. Let's go. Burn it down. And this is with I do technically have a fog caster, so let's go ahead. We can actually go after that. That's lowering my damage a little bit. I mean, like, the T3 cruiser's designed to be, like, really, really, really good. Now, it's worth noting that, like, T3 cruisers were originally designed around the concept that you lose skill points when you lose one. So it's high risk, high reward. No, the surgical strike rollback will not affect NPCs at all because it only affects resistance modules. So all of these Abyss fits are just going to get better. And I mean, it is still taking me a little bit to cut through this this potato, but compared to the other one, where's my DPS? I'm only doing 400 DPS. Interesting. Let's see. What's wrong? I should be doing pretty good damage. Well, that's the difference between paper versus applied, right? Those resistances that I just showed you, it's got 60% resistance to basically everything. So yeah, I'm not going to get the full 900 DPS on the Overmind. Oh, right. Yeah. Absolutely. 900 plus 980 DPS versus 300 DPS. So I'm killing this Overmind about 3 times as fast as the Stormbringer would have. Another 8 million. We're going to scoop up the pack rat and orbit the gate. I still have like 5 full minutes left, so should be fine. You can see, like, the Cerb could probably cut through 3 potatoes in the time allotted. And everything else just kind of melts. So I'd say probably at the higher tiers, damage rooms are going to be the scariest. Maybe the angel room. We'll have to see. Let's go. I mean, a T3 cruiser will often rip apart a Thrasher. Like, the whole point of a T3 cruiser is it's basically a battleship in a cruiser hull. So it says all of the agility and stuff of a cruiser and all of the tank and DPS of a battleship. All right, let's go. All right, Ragtag. I mean, you're welcome to hang out with us. This is more of a live performance. We're not doing anything too important early on. Renewing Redivas, striking Kikimoras. Kikimoras first. Kikimoras always first. We're going to go to this extraction node first. Ghosting Kikimora is going to be a big priority for me, though. And there's a starving Damavik. We're going to go after the striking Kikimora. Kikimoras are some of the nastiest ships in the Abyss. Alright, we're going to blow up this extraction node. Moving towards the other extraction node, then kill the starving. Is this short range? No, it's medium range. Should be fine. Oh, there's still a fucking striking Kikimora. I should pay attention to that. And head towards the bioadaptive. All the benefits, none of the downsides, except for cost. I mean... it's a T3 cruiser. What do you want? Like, it has big skill point requirements. It's designed for flexibility. It's designed to be strong. They're expensive. I don't see them as being too oppressive at the moment. We'll get down the renewing Rediva because that's going to be repping everybody. Lokis are going to outperform Tengus in almost every situation. Lokis are just best in class for the T3 cruisers in so many situations. They absolutely won the rebalance when they did it. Well, an exec Navy issue is not designed to have an active tank. I mean, they can, don't get me wrong, but they're definitely like bonus-wise designed to be plated. It's so fun to cut through these ships like butter. Did I miss a wreck? Nope, they're all loaded. Oh no, yeah, yeah. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I know they're all looted, so. Control R to reload. DPS is, yeah, application is more important than DPS in a lot of cases. Deep Watch, double rogue sleeper battleships. Again, so there's these 2 subnodes up there that I'm going to go after. So we want to get rid of the fire watchers as they get close. I do appreciate, like, one of the things I like about this fit and the Gila fit is that, like, paying attention to the subnodes and which ones you can grab and which ones you can't is just enough additional complexity to keep the Abyss interesting to me, right? It's not just about what rats you encounter, but it's also about the layout of the abyssal room, where the clouds are, where the deviant automata suppressors are, where the extraction nodes are, where the biocache is, all that stuff. And I'm going to start killing these Deep Watchers because they do remote rep each other. So the longer I let these guys go, the worse it's going to get. So we're just going to start eating through them right now while I go to this last extraction node. Probably. Carriers are being actively worked on. Well, yeah, I mean, like, they kind of said that. And the piece that we saw, it seems like such a small piece to it. And of course, like, their rebalance, their buff to carriers was actually a nerf, like literally just not just a nerf, but, like, you know, the support fighters is a nerf, so that's not the buff. And it seems like they said, that's designed to set it up for later. Dang it, getting out of range. Go ahead and pop this thing real quick. Get back over there. It's 34. Shoot once or twice. There we go. Get back to the MTU. I mean, yeah, this is definitely a lot more active. There's a lot more decisions that I'm making and things that I'm doing than when I was with the Stormbringer. I'm a big fan of active piloting. They're done with nullsec and moving on to wormhole space. Man, CCP saying that they're going to work on wormhole space is incredibly spicy. I don't know what to say about it besides, like, I can't remember the last time CCP said that they were dedicating, like, real time working on wormhole space. Usually wormhole space is an incidental thing. It has side effects with other changes. So in the Eve Universe Show channel in our Discord, let me... CCP's kind of on fire right now. What if characters could portal directly into nearby wormholes? That would be insane. Wormholers are like the rest of EVE players, very hard to make happy. Well, like, the thing is that, like, wormhole space doesn't accept significant changes like Equinox was, or even like Uprising was, because a wormhole space is not about controlling it, and like, I don't know, man. I don't know what it would. I clearly can't even speak intelligently about it. It seems. Oh, let's grab my pack rat. The ability to control where your wormhole is, like a stabilization to make it so that your wormhole will last longer, or a disruptor, which causes you to be able to tear it down easier, is the only thing I can really think about where it would be like a good change to wormhole space. I've got one room left, 10 minutes to go. More Lucid Dream Watchers. Go after the extraction node. Spearfishers within range. Spearfisher's dead very quickly. And that's going to be dead. Time to head back to the Dream Watchers and start killing them. Honestly, though, to be fair, carriers and wormhole space are like a match made in heaven. Like, you know, wormhole space was one of the places where triage carriers, which are now faxes, really came into their own. Triage carriers were not overly common of a tactic before Rooks and Kings started using them in wormholes. Because, like, for one carrier worth of mass, you bring a ton of rep power. So I could definitely see a wormhole situation where wormholes end up being a good place to give some love to carriers and faxes. I hesitate any wormhole mechanics that allows deeper levels of control or influence of the system, like being able to change the weather. Even being able to... I love how the missiles like zoom around me during these rooms. I'm concerned about even things like the ability to stabilize a wormhole, because like the balance of power of mechanics in wormhole space is so like precise. It's one of the reasons why wormholers get mad whenever CCP makes a change that has some sort of secondary effect on wormholes, like the Hick changes or whatever. But like I said, like, wormhole space is a good excuse to work on carriers too. So 2 tier 4 Abyss nets me 65 million ISK for 2 tier 2 Abyss. Pretty good. Like, and this is assuming 0 point condensate is 60 million or 60,000 ISK per unit. Right now it's 70,000 ISK per unit. And this assumes that crystalline nitrogen 10 is 77,000 ISK per unit, which last I checked was 100,000 ISK per unit in Jita right now. So this estimate is technically low. Because this 6 million would probably be closer to 10 million. And this 6 million would be closer to like 8 million. And of course, this doesn't include my 2 BPCs, including my glorified unstable 1MN mutaplasmid, which could be pretty good. 1MN is obviously, you know, not that big of a deal when it comes to cost-wise, but unstable's good, and glorified is even better. So there's going to be a frigate pilot that wants some crazy unstable 1MN afterburner. That's more red than I like to see when I come out of the abyss. CCP needs to make more shatter wormholes. That way they can give players the stabilizers without destroying the current wormhole meta, or maybe a step between shattered and normal that would allow normal structures but not stabilizers. Well, I think that, like... I think that a stabilizer would be okay. Honestly, like... So, the real question is, do we have a problem with the method that players have to do with rolling a wormhole? Or would a wormhole destabilizer be worth anything to wormholers? A wormhole stabilizer could be pretty cool. I especially like the idea that, like, if you aren't resource gathering, is it still advised to just loot biocache? So that's a good question. And I don't actually know where the balance of power is right now, because the jackpots that are in the biocaches have gone down, but the loot that's in extractor nodes and subnodes, the value has gone up. But I think it's still going to be more valuable to do biocaches. It is absolutely still true with frigates and destroyers. I think personally that there's a pretty big reason to believe that going after extraction nodes, if you can, without greatly increasing your time, is worth it, right? Because, like, probably at least half of the value I've been pulling out of these sites have been in the extractor nodes. The current method of rolling wormholes causes risk, and I think they like that. Yeah. I do think I like the idea of, like, an invasion where somebody can drop a structure on a wormhole that allows bigger things to come through. So then it behooves the people that are defending the wormhole to destroy that thing.
Docking permission requested.
It could very well be that we see a lot more, like, drifter stuff happening in wormholes too, now that the drifters are basically getting kicked out of their home. I think that giving wormholes a better ability to be invaded can theoretically be good. Things that make them safer, I hesitate about. Things that make it more chaotic. The thing is that, like, CCP has in the past been frowned on, like, how controllable wormholes are. And that's why, like, the stabilizer, destabilizer, like, I don't really know. Okay, let's try tier 5 darks. We're going to do 2 tier 5 darks to see how it goes. Let's see. Shipcasters to wormholes coming in winter patch. Ew. Yeah, I hesitate to comment too much about wormholers, because then some wormholer, by the way, is going to come and tell me how wrong I am. Which, I mean, fair. I probably am. All right, let's see how a tier 5 goes. Like I said, I think this Cerberus should be rated up to a T6, but I'm not 100% sure. Today's gone to the point where just having a static in a C6 is enough to get you evicted. Doesn't matter where you're from, even a C1. Yeah, but CCP isn't going to fix that directly. right? Because that's like players want to be players. Players being players, they're going to do what they want to do. They can change the incentives. They can change the danger rating. They can change, you know, those kinds of things. But like, all right, let's go. More shattered equals more safe log dreads. Wait, what? Dreads are in shattered? That's a lot of rogue drones. Snare. Definitely want to kill the snare caster so I don't get slowed down. This room is not particularly scary to me. And shoot one at that and head to the biocache. Continue killing the snare cast or the gaze dimmer. CCP could incentivize fighting, but players would prefer to block up. They will. Well, like on a long enough timeline, things will stabilize to the larger, more organized power, right? Like that's a question of how overpowered teamwork is. In essence, like it will eventually stabilize to the people that can coordinate the best. I honestly think that the answer to keeping Wormhole interesting is the weathers, personally. Please don't make C1 and C. I think that if anything, the real potential to wormhole space is in low-class wormholes. High-class wormholes, it gets fought over. It's got, like, people get fucking spicy about it. But, like, making sure that C1 through C3s are interesting and valuable to hold can be good, too. How do you get a dreadnought in a shattered? I mean, I guess there are some shattered that don't have only frigate holes, but like there are some shattered wormholes that absolutely should not be allowed. Not all shattereds. I understand that there are capital holes, but I thought most shatters don't have those. Okay. Well, just saying more shattereds mean more dreads in them doesn't, like, that doesn't speak the full issue. Because, like, you could have more shattereds with only frigate holes. Right, but none of the shattereds are C5 or C6. Why wouldn't you want to see one in C2 shattered? If they're connected to high-sec, new bros could visit without having to deal with residents? You know, okay. Okay. I mean, because I want to live in a low-class wormhole, but I want living in a wormhole. I want living in a low-class wormhole to be a decent stepping stone for a wormhole group. $20 million. Oh, and I'm not even done yet. It's still not a C5, right? Like I'm being technical here. it's still called something different. It's like a C8, isn't it? Or a C, like, because like Shatters are all C13s, aren't they? I'm not a wormholer, by the way. Can't stress that enough. All right, I need to... I can't argue this point without looking stuff up. I thought all of the Shattered Wormholes had higher C classes than... I mean, they are the equivalent of a C5 and a C6, but they're still considered like a C13 because they're shattered. I thought. All right, I will work on sorting that out. Oh shit. Oh shit. I forgot. Damn it. Nobody reminded me. I plunder the abyss. You plunder my skin collection. Exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. A skin. We'll have to figure out which skin. We are very much flying by the seat of our pants here. Running C5s in the first, or T5s in the first time in like over a year while trying to stream and run a giveaway. I thought all of the Shattered systems were considered a different C class because I thought that every time they added in new kinds of wormholes, they just added more C classes. Thank you. I'll look at it. Again, this is not something that I pay very close attention to all the time, so, like, it's okay for me to be wrong every once in a while, guys. It's not a big deal. You didn't get a ticket? Well, then exclamation point plunder again. I will double check to make sure people have tickets when the time comes. But you're right. You did not get it. You did not get a ticket. So whatever you did, it was wrong. I'll have to check. My bot has been so weird lately. Still didn't get it, Munster. Go ahead and try again.
A module has run out of charges.
What? Okay. The random sack got one. Wait. Streamlabs just having... No, you shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to do anything. It's just a name. That's so weird. What is happening? Hold on. Does that work for me? Ooh, 50 million is in a can. 50 million is in a can. That is juicy. One more room to go. Let's not die. I received a ticket. I received a ticket. Try it one more time. Exclamation point plunder. I don't know why it's happening. Wait. Does your exclamation point look different than mine? Entangler, Entangler, Firewatcher, Firewatcher, Traction node. Like, copy and paste the exclamation point plunder from the description. See if that helps. I don't know what's happening. Now we're going to kill the Entangler. That way I don't get slowed down. Does that work? Well, there's more than one person that is not being able to do it, so I can't really do the if I win it, it's you thing. It's not working. That's so wild. Oh shit, I'm still disrupted. So that missile didn't hit. What? So wild. We'll look into it as soon as I get out of here. We'll look into it. I'll figure out a solution. Everyone else is fine. Everyone else is fine. That's so weird. The prize is a skin. I don't know which skin yet. We'll figure that out. Out of my skin collection. Like, yeah, that's what it is. Maybe, wait, make sure you have, make sure you've subscribed to the channel and you've liked the stream. I don't know if that's a requirement. I'm going to check. But if you haven't subscribed, to the channel. That could... I might have set that up at one point. Oh no, the skins I give away are good. You get to choose. Well, I mean, if you want to choose a biosecurity responder skin, you can. Hey! Wait, hold on. Didn't we... Isn't that one of the people that couldn't do it before? Is that what it was? Was it that you weren't subscribed? The like did it. The like did it. Huh. Like the chat. Like the stream. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. This ain't me. That's funny. Maybe I mean I might have set it up a while ago to do it that way, but I don't remember doing that. Well, the normal thing that streamers do is that they join their own stream, or they join their own giveaway, and if they win, they double the reward. So we can do that too. Another 18 million. Another 18 million. Woo! This run's been good. So two... Wait, has this been the first? This is the first chaotic dark filament that we've done, the first T5. I'm at 4 minutes left. We've got 4 minutes to finish off 5 rats. The like did it. That's fascinating. It's fascinating to me that the bot knows who's liked the stream, honestly. That's the part that's probably the most interesting to me. I hadn't liked it and it let me so. You're a member though. It almost certainly has an override for members. Yeah, you've literally given me money. All right. Jumping. With 2.5 minutes left to go. First T5, Abyss. We got 131, no, 100 million ISK in a single Abyss. That's pretty solid. Let's try one more. And let's go. So many rogue or sleeper rooms, man. Dissipator, Firewatcher, so much newts. So much newts. All right, well, let's go ahead and head to the extraction node. So many newts. Firewatcher. What's my range right now? 23. Let him catch up with me, so that way I can web him and lap him. Grab that cash over here. This looks like a good place for the pack rat. All right. Now let's start killing everything else. We're going to go after the confusers probably first because they're limiting my damage. Newts are off the field, so now I'm pretty safe. How to Eve? Want to Eve. Go ahead and use my buddy code to get 1,000,000 free skill points. And feel free to reach out with to the Convocation of Empyreans in-game. We're here to maximize player engagement with EVE Online, help you out with learning the game, and getting the most out of it. Skill points. So basically, progress in the game, as far as like unlocking abilities and ships and stuff, is done over time. You accrue skill points based on your attributes. So basically, you just accrue skill points passively over time. As a free-to-play player, you can accrue up to 5 million skill points passively for free before your passive skill training drops off. Skills can both unlock new ships and modules, as well as improve your ability, your performance in those ships and modules. It's kind of like leveling up. Yeah, it's about the same as, you can think of it as leveling up in another game. But rather than doing it with in-game effort, like killing a bunch of stuff gives you experience, skill points happen over time. You can get skill injectors. You can buy skill injectors. You can buy daily injectors from CCP. Like, every day, there are daily tasks. And if you complete them, you get skill points. You can also do your air career program. Each of these give you skill points for completing them. Also, login rewards and events will have skill points. Right now, today's the last day of the current event, so you're kind of SOL there, but, you know. Yeah, so players with more skill points can actually extract those skill points out of their head and then sell them on the open market as skill injectors. So you can actually buy skill points from other people who have farmed up those skill points. Also, CCP offers daily injectors where you can use an alpha injector once per day, and those can be bought for Plex. No, it's just going to be, it's not going to give, you're not going to get a bunch of free SP based on other stuff. It's just going to reward, they're going to double the reward moving forward, yeah. So you can farm skill points for money? No, because you can't turn it back into money. You can farm skill points for ISK. So like what some people will do, you know, they'll pay for Omega for a month, but then at the end of that month, they'll extract whatever skills they've trained that month and sell that and use that to basically fund their account. ISK is the base currency of the game. So like gold or, you know, Gil in Final Fantasy or whatever. ISK is the basic currency, and Plex is the premium currency. Yes, any attempt to turn real life, or turn in-game stuff into real life value is bannable by the game. Like, to the point where not only can I not sell you, I couldn't sell you this ship for $20. Yes, ISK is also the currency of Iceland. That's true. They're very clever. Oh, that's a great cloud to start with. Woo! Zoom, zoom. Kikimora, 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 Kikimora. Got it. Kikimoras. This is gonna be a nasty room. Turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around. Where's the Kikis? Kiki. Okay. 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 Shit. Shoot at that. Kikis are getting close enough. Good. And I'm being neuted out. Fuck, what am I being neuted out by? Oh, there's a lot of starving. Oh, there's a lot of starving. Fuck me. Alright, we're going to overheat our afterburner in order to move a little bit further. I gotta kill these Kikis, but I also have to kill these starvings. So I'm going to just kill one of the starvings first, just to get this cap problem under control. Ooh, boy. Fucking A. Fucking A. Don't die. I think I'm going to be fine. I think I'm going to be fine, but we're going to push off that Kiki, or that starving, with webs. I gotta get these Kikis dead before they really start punishing me. Okay. That gray cloud saved my ass. But I still gotta kill these Kikis. Once the Kikis are dead, we're a lot more stable. I still have a newt on me. Should be fine now. Should be fine. Get that tangling Kiki off me. This is like, that's what I call defensive webbing, where I web them to push them away from me, so that way they can't be webbing me or not, or neuting me in the case of the Damavix. Yeah, we're fine now. It's a little bit scary. Yeah, this is, I mean, this is not just like a game in the same way that a lot of games are just games where you play them, you learn it, you beat it, you know, whatever. This is very much like a hobby. You can, you know, if you get into this game, I'm not saying that this game is for you or not for you, it's not for everybody. But if you get into this game, congratulations, you found the game that you're going to play for the next decade. I've been playing this game for 15 years now. There's a lot of, like, people will bounce off of it and people will play it forever. It's closer, I like to liken it closer to a train set than a video game, because it's the kind of thing that you become more and more and more intensely obsessed with, and you try to show to all your friends and none of them understand. Like, that is the experience of EVE Online. Nice flying ash. Thanks, Havoc. I thought that was good. Is this a game or a lifestyle choice? It is. I would argue it's way closer to a lifestyle than a game.
Our module has run out of charges.
There's a reason why, honestly, there's a lot of people that play EVE that do not consider themselves gamers. Because it scratches an entirely different itch than most video games. Because it is so much about real-life concepts, you know, market forces, social engineering, you know, it's got a real-life history. Only 11 million in this room. I feel cheated. I feel cheated. Yeah, they're like, people have literally gone on to found Fortune 500 company, a Fortune 500 company. There was at least one guy who has founded a Fortune 500 company successfully based on the knowledge and experience that they got from playing EVE Online. So I still have one room left after this. And I've already gotten 115 million ISK in 30 minutes. I'd have to look up who it is. I remember they talked about it a lot during like 2021 or whatever. Firewatcher, Dissipator, Firewatcher, Extractor. Blue Cloud. Again, normally I don't like a Blue Cloud, although these guys are small and I'm not small. So this is actually, the Blue Cloud here is helping me kill these guys faster. Go after the Wardens because they're the Webbers. See, this ship gets a lot more fun when it's in T5, right? Like, I know some of you at the very beginning was like, man, this isn't as interesting as like the Stormbringer. But once you get up to T5s, it starts getting a lot spicier. I have 6 minutes to kill everything in this room. Almost certainly going to be fine. Yes, you can definitely, like, this is a game. There are an abnormally high amount of military personnel, like programmers, and like businessmen who play EVE Online, more than you would expect for a general video game, because of the skill sets that EVE tests you on and rewards you for. Yeah, intel officers. I mean, you know, there's a lot of playing EVE as like, you can be a politician, you can be a military expert, you can be a intel dude, you can be a spy. All of this for real. Like, unlike another video game where you might like select a class and that gives you some abilities, by like become a space politician, I mean run for election and go on a campaign and go on podcasts to talk about issues in the game and try to convince your fellow players to elect you. By military expert, I mean like study the board and make strategic and tactical decisions in order to try to inspire thousands of players to help you defend or take territory. Yeah, Vile Rat, I mean, rip Vile Rat, but if you guys remember the Benghazi situation, you know, when the Benghazi got attacked and there was 3 people that got killed, one of the guys was Sean Smith, who is I think he was technically he was the IT guy for the ambassador, but Vile Rat was one of the main ambassadors for Goonswarm Federation. He was credited with creating the political landscape of nullsec at the time, because, you know, he worked with a lot of different groups in order to make nullsec into a vibrant and interesting place to be. both supporting, you know, allies and enemies. And so, you know, when the Benghazi attacks happened and Vile Rat was, you know, murdered, that was a big deal for a lot of people. And in fact, it was so crazy because, like, so the Benghazi report, I remember the day that this all happened. And I remember when that morning I went to BBC. And here's the wild thing about EVE Online. So BBC was using the only piece of information that anybody had, which was a report on a different news website, the Matani.com. So Vile Rat helped the Matani, who was the CEO of, the CEO of Goonswarm at the time, create this media empire called the Matani.com, which is now INN, Imperium News Network. So his death was first reported on his news program that he created for his online video game. And then BBC and other places were citing it as a source. Now, by the afternoon, people had found better sources and so switched. But I distinctly remember fucking the BBC reporting, citing the Matani.com as their source, which was wild to me. That just like was one of the most surreal moments in my whole EVE career.
Warp drive active.
All right. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, that still to this day happens. Like there are some conspiracy theories about that. I know. Oh God, what is that conspiracy theorist dude that was on Fox News for a while? Glenn Beck. Glenn Beck has outright accused Goonswarm Federation of being a CIA front. And the reason why, sorry, I should back up. The reason why is because earlier that day, Vile Rat in the Goonswarm Jabber had posted, you know, if I live to, you know, he was just talking about like, oh yeah, I'll be at the fleet. If I make it to tomorrow, the security guards have been looking around the base rather suspiciously. That he posted that in the morning. And then that evening, he posted, fuck, gunfire. And that's the last thing he ever posted to anyone. And that was the first, that was how we, as EVE Online players, knew about the Benghazi attack before basically anyone else. Oh, yeah. Glenn Beck is a tool. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, it's something awful, but more importantly, Goonswarm, because he was talking to his, you know, the idea was is that he was a CIA operative, and so his messages in Jabber were interpreted as him talking to his CIA handlers, not his video game alliance. Anywho, all right. Well, that was fucking exciting. We got 2 runs of the Abyss, and we got 142 million ISK. Pretty fucking sweet for tier. This is why I like tier 5. You know, that was 30 minutes or so of effort for 120 million ISK. That's pretty good. One last chance for your for the exclamation point plunder. I'm going to switch to Ash. So we're going to have black screen for a minute. While we load up Ash, so that way we can do the giveaway. We'll go figure out what skins we want to do. That's exactly the sort of thing the CIA would do. A video game chat is probably more secure than a secure lines aggressor nations would watch. I mean, yes, true. I get the conspiracy theory, but it is also kind of funny because, like, obviously the Goonswarm are not just a CIA front. They've done a lot more. All right, let me double check. I will just read out loud everybody who's in the raffle. If you don't hear your name, go ahead and try again, and we'll try to get you in. We have Clue, David, Malin, Bobby, Malik, Always Lemons, Ilrina, TL, Random Sack, myself, James Wohler, Ash VV, Punchinello, Aorxman, Munster, Nezzy, Gina, and Mari. If you did not hear your name, exclamation point plunder. Now's your chance. Now is your chance. And let's go ahead and look at what skins we get. Skin. Nope. I want to look it up here. Skin. All right. Let's pick a location. Let's pick... Jeeta's fine. I mean, honestly, anything that's here that I have more than one of would probably be fine. Let's choose... What should we do? Astero Tyrant Breaker. No. That's... As of right now, that's mine. Didn't Goons used to work with the Russian Corp? Red Swarm or something? Yes. Okay, I know. Stop with the conspiracies. Wow. Okay. Let's just pull it, and then we'll see what people pick. I'm gonna ask you what your favorite ship is, and we'll see what skin we get. Closing the entries. And picking a winner. 3, 2, 1. No? Yes? Maybe? Why is nothing working today? Nizzy! Excellent! Alright, great. Jeez. Oh no, and punch! Alright, well, it decided to screw me, so both of you win. Both of you win. Let's do this one at a time. First of all, Nezzy, I need your in-game name and what ship you're interested in getting a skin for, and we'll see where we go with this. Punch, you too. I need what skin what ship skin you're interested in. Like, give me a ship and we'll go there. I guess a type of skin, I could see that too. We'll search my stuff. If I have it, then we'll give it to you. So Nezzy, aren't you glad you liked the stream now? Nezzy and Punch, both of you. I need a ship class that you're interested in. This is normally I don't open up my skin collection this much. At this point, if you pick the right one, do I have any damnation skins? I have Cold Iron and Exoplanet. I've got Glacial Drift. Paladin. Spell it right. That is my Paladin. I only have Glacial Drift for Paladin. So, do either of you want that skin, or do you want to pick a different ship? No. These are my actual skin collection. We could do Scope Syndication again. That's the one I have the most of. Alternatively, I'm just going to open it up to Jita and sort it by estimated price and be like, you can choose any of them besides the Lashak one. I think some of these I might not have another one of, so I might have to say no. Nezzy, do you want the Glacial Drift skin for the Paladin, or do you want a different skin? Also Punch. We've got Kate, Obelisk, Gila, Vedmak, Typhoon Interstellar Convergence. That's a good skin. Also worth a lot. Okay, well, make your pick. Tormentor, Purity of the Throne. Warp Convergence is good. Do I have a Redeemer? Ooh, I might. I have the Imperial Navy skin for the Redeemer. Not that expensive, but it is a skin for the Redeemer. I gotta figure out a better method to do skin giveaways again. You'll get them? Okay. Did I get your in-game name, Nezzy, yet? Oh. E-Death. That's what you were saying. I'll give you 50 million ISK with it too. Just for funsies. I feel like the skin of the ship that you fly in the Abyss might be a cool way to do these things. Yeah, I agree. And it made a lot more sense when I was running the Gila. Actually, guy, you know, Punch. Here could be a good choice for you. This skin is baller and valuable. If you want the Cerberus Vital Shift Hero skin, Punch. Okay, great. Congratulations, Punchinello and Nezzy. All right. You'll be building a Dark Serb? Hell yeah. The Arkham Bind skins were bind on pickup, right? No, not all of them. Not all of them. Most of them were not bind on pickup. All right. Let's see. What else do we want to do today? Honestly, I'm okay with today's bit being a little bit shorter, although we could also dive back into the Abyss. But also, we've been going so hard all week, or you know, the last couple of weeks. We could cover. Is anybody interested in watching the New Bro experience, the undocking into a new world video? This one right here. Should we watch this? X up if you're interested in watching this together. If I get like 3 or 4, then we'll go. 1, 2, 3, done.
Let's laugh and reminisce together about our early adventures and discuss how we could make Eve more approachable. Put your hands together for CCP Havron and CCP Nomad.
Hello, FanFest. How are you doing today? Woo! Great. My name is CCP Havran, which means raven, by the way, in my native language. And before you ask about my fit, it's obviously cruise missiles. I've been with...
Okay. Already have to pause it. Hold on. So there is a meme from back in the day. Raven fitting? I think it's fitting. Yeah. So there was a forum post from like the very early days of Eve. Raven fit. Let's see. Hold on. Can I look it up? My Raven was fit with the following. Oh, hold on. Hold on. I gotta do Wayback Machine. That's how you know it's a good meme. It's a good meme because you have to use a Wayback Machine to pull it up. Oh no, it doesn't have it until 2018. Is it gonna be here? It is! Sweet. Hold on. So, my Raven was fit with the following: 6 cruise missile launchers, small tractor beam 1, salvageable 1, cruise missile launcher 1, 4 large shield extenders, 1 ECM, a medium shield booster, emergency damage control, kinetic hardener, so armor kinetic hardener, armor thermal hardener, 2 warp core stabs, which you couldn't do back in the day, or you can't do anymore, rather. You could do back in the day. So this fit is awful. And he says, I was recently doing level 4 missions, and I'm going to use a Raven Navy issue. Currently have no idea how to fit and need some help. And, you know, he posts this stuff, and then... Oh, is this guy... No. Yeah. I don't know. Okay. The problem is I don't even know if this is the original meme or not. It's become such a meme. Trains keep rolling. Trolls keep rolling. That, you know, CCP immortalized the meme in this ship fitting guide. My Raven was equipped with the following. And so, that's what he's referencing there when he says that my Raven, I won't tell you what my Raven was fit with, but it was definitely cruise missiles. That's the reference. All right? Now that we've paused it 32 seconds in and talked for longer than 30 seconds, let's keep going.
It's CCP for about 3 years, so I'm a relatively new EVE player.
And I'm CCP Nomad. I'm senior game designer for EVE Online. I'm at CCP for 10 years now, but I've been playing for 20. So I know some stuff.
Well, the Megathron fits was mostly because of Baltic. Naga has been taken by Galmail. Hell yeah!
Now, me, as a relatively new player, I know that it can be sometimes tough, but also it can be really funny. Nomad, do you know any funny stories about new players in EVE?
I have many stories. Many of them include myself. So, for example, I remember the first time I went out mining in a cruiser, Minmatar cruiser, somewhere in Lowsec, in my first week of playing or 2, and I got killed, obviously. And I was...
My favorite part about these stories is how long it takes to get through the story before you start guessing where it's going, right? It's like, oh yeah, it's mining my cruiser. Okay, cool. In Lowsec. Oh, okay, I see where this is going already.
Pretty mad about it. Like, why would you kill me? What did I do to you? So yeah, I sent a message to that person asking those questions and generally expressing that I was upset. And he replied to me, I don't care. And that was very deep.
There you go.
That made me realize something about this game. But I continued to send him the same message or
You hurt my feelings. Okay.
similar message every year on the annual anniversary of that kill. Was asking me, dude, I'm still upset. And he was replying, dude, I still don't care. And I think that still is probably the most significant friendship that I had in the game. Like I really think about this guy to this day. So yeah, that was my...
I'm pretty sure my first kill or my first loss, I was so confused. This was before safety settings. So I locked up my buddy, and I remember thinking I was going to be funny, and so I shot him. And we were outside of a station, and I just remember hitting F1, and my ship exploded. And I was so confused as to what happened.
Experience, do you have a story?
Yes, I do, actually. So this story is not about me, but it's about another player. Let's call him Billy. And this player is relatively new, about 3 days old, but he's already got a corp. The only problem is that this corp is in nullsec, and Billy's in highsec. So his corps warned him just be careful. All you have to do is be careful, and you'll be all right. So Billy sells everything that he has, boards his catalyst, and flies. He flies through high-sec. He flies through low-sec. Nothing happens. Once he jumps through the gate to null-sec, he immediately gets waylaid by pirates. And he tells the pirates, I'm just a new player. Please don't kill me. I'm just trying to get to my corpse HQ in null-sec. And the pirates are like, OK, since you are new, we're going to help you. We're not going to kill you. And we're even going to escort you. But you have to make us laugh every minute while we do it.
Oh,
now,
no.
luckily, Billy is a master old stabber and has funny jokes queued up in his browser. And so they fly, they escort him, they're having a good time, they're laughing, Billy tells jokes. He kind of starts liking these guys. They're fun, right? They even get attacked by other players, and they fight them off. They escort Billy, they protect him, like they said. So before they jump to the system of his corpse HQ, Billy's pretty sure that they're just going to kill him, just for the lulz, right? But they don't. Maybe they're nice pirates. Who knows? Immediately, after they jump in that system, all the pirates get immediately annihilated by Billy's corp mates. And that makes Billy sad, right? He and the pirates, they spend time together. They bonded, right? So Billy starts spying for the pirates.
Yeah. So it's funny. I used to, back when I was in Gal Mill a lot with Aderon, people would complain, like, be like, I think he's a spy. I think this person's a spy. I think that person's a spy. You know, my response to that is, do you know what a spy is in your organization? Like, really? Do you know what a spy is in your organization? A spy is a player that hasn't decided their loyalty yet. That's it. I have had so many people come to me and be like, X group sent me to spy on you, but you guys are so much cooler than them. So here's all of their information instead. Like, that has happened to me on more occasions than I can count on a hand. I can say that right now. Like, a spy is just a player that hasn't chosen their loyalty yet.
He gives the pirates his corpse, like, private information. He tells them what the corpse is doing. And he even starts skimming a little bit of ISK from the top of his corp and sending it to the pirates. And as far as I know, to this day, Billy is still a spy and is still working for the pirates.
There you go. Hell yeah.
So, do you guys know any funny stories? Please, if you do, raise your hand and we will find you at the mic.
I'll tell you the story that got me to play this game for 15 years. So within about the first month of the game, I had a buddy of mine who got me into EVE in real life. Actually, let me take a step back. I got into EVE because I was into World of Darkness, the Vampire the Masquerade and all that stuff. So I went to my local comic shop to check to see what new books what books they had for World of Darkness. And my buddy who worked at that shop saw me looking through the World of Darkness stuff, and it's like, hey, did you hear that the makers of EVE Online just recently bought White Wolf? And I was like, yeah, I had heard that. He's like, have you tried EVE Online? I was like, yeah, I mean, I saw it at PAX or whatever, but it looks like kind of boring. Like, at that point, what I'd heard is like real-time sublight travel in space, and that's like, okay, well, but he's like, no, like, I play it, it's really fun. He wasn't that deep into it, but like he enjoyed it, so I started playing it. And within about a month, within 20 or 30 days, so less time than it would take for me to get anything valuable in skills done, he joined a group in Providence and dragged me into Providence too. So here I am in Providence with my then girlfriend, and we are ratting where, like, we didn't have enough skill points to do it. So, like, I went more defensive skill based and she went more offensive skill based. So that way we could rat together, and I would go into the Anon by my, like, first and get the aggro, and then she would warp in and we would kill them together. because we didn't have enough skills to actually do it ourselves without having to warp out and warp back a lot. But then, so like, we had this little pocket. Hold on. In Providence. I still remember it. So DNR, if you look here, there's Jeeve, right? And Jeeve is a choke point system. So everything on the inside here, all of these systems over here, these systems, the only way to access it is to go through this Jeeve to XHQ gate, right? And so we had a jump bridge from Jeeve to XHQ, so that way we could travel between the two freely. But this gate transfer was, we had bubbled to shit at all times, right? So that way anybody who wanted to invade our ratting systems had to jump in, burn out of the bubbles, and then proceed, which gave us plenty of time, whereas we could just use jump bridges to get back and forth. So one day an enemy force comes and invades in, and they jump into Jeeve, and we form up and we go chasing after them. And I am in a Marian battlecruiser, the big chicken. Not Providence, that's the name of the area. Prophecy. So I'm in a Prophecy, right? And so there's all these bubbles, and the enemy forces were there, and they kind of started to crash the gate. And so we warped directly there, landed on the skin of the bubble, and I, being a new player, not fully understanding what's going on, I burn into the bubble because we're supposed to go kill them, right? And I have shorter range systems than everybody else. So I start burning in to go after them. It's at that point that they, this would have been in 2010. So at that point, they launched their drones. And that was our first clue that something was horribly wrong. Because, like, we thought we were chasing them. We thought we were chasing them out of it. They were crashing the gate, you know, whatever. But then they launched drones. And then the other half of their fleet jump in to the and start butchering all of us, including, well, all of us that were inside of the bubble. Like, several of us had burned in. We all die. Anybody who hadn't burned in, they're like, oh shit, they're dropping drones. Run, run, run. So they all run and leave us to die in our own bubbles against an enemy force. And that's when I realized, if we had had one fucking dude in XHQ, just one person, we would have known about that second half of the fleet, and we would have known that it was a trap. So our big alliance that was able to flash form a fleet of 40 plus people didn't have a single person with eyes on the other side of that gate. And I was a scout in the military. My job was reconnaissance, finding, locating, identifying the enemy. That moment that I realized that EVE Online is the kind of game where one person with eyes in the correct place could change the course of a battle that significantly, I was hooked. That was it. That was the moment I stopped everything that I was doing. I mean, I think I still trained the battleship skills so that way I could rat, but I immediately started training Covops. And I would sit on this gate bridge for hours at a time and report to our intel people what was coming through. When I learned how much intelligence was important to EVE, this is why, if you notice, anytime we're talking about local, anytime we're talking about wormholes, anytime we're talking about like any of that kind of stuff, when it comes down to the value of human intelligence, the value of human explorers, or like human, scouts, like that to me is what makes EVE so fucking special. That's me. Other people have other things that make EVE, but as soon as I realized how powerful real life scouting was in EVE, I was done. That was where I was. Logi's great. I honestly like the fact that Logi are invisible to kill males. I love the fact that there could be a huge fight. There could be a big fight where lots of people die and all that stuff. and I'm not on that kill mail report at all, even though I'm the reason why that fight happened, right? Every single time I have been a scout and cloaked up and gotten on grid, like a lot of scouts try to, like, a lot of people when they do scouting, they prefer to be be a tackle, right? Like they scout as tackle. Me, if I'm a scout, you're never going to see me. I'm going to be cloaked. I'm going to be in an anathema. I'm going to be scooting around in order to get the perfect warp in on your location. I'm going to get them to warp in exactly where they want to be, and then I'm going to get out of there. And you all are going to die, and you're never going to even know how close I was to you. That is my jam. So, all right, sorry, that's my story. Comment down below with your story.
Please. There you go. Do we have the mic person?
I once witnessed a small gang of 6 cruisers being put into checkmate by a whole station with 100 or so people just because there's possibly hostile fleet 30 jumps away. Nice. Intel is so strong. Logi is great too. Don't get me wrong. I love Logi. I have a great video called Why Flying Logi is Awesome.
Around.
All right, well, I can talk pretty loud.
Go ahead.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you. All right, so I started back in 2013. Not as long as some of you guys, but still a pretty long time ago, back when things were a lot more difficult. And back then, the new player experience was you're in a pod in space, and your rookie ship is right next to you. Well, I didn't know that part, and I just go and I warp off. I also didn't know that you can't do any part of the tutorial unless you hop into that rookie ship. So I couldn't handle Aura continuously yelling at me to go and get in that rookie ship, so I just kept telling her to shut up, shut up, shut up. And to this day, I have a negative base standing with Aura.
What?
So
what?
I'm like, okay, what do I want to do? Well, let's go mining. I want to build stuff because I see all these stories of people getting blown up. I'm like, oh, cool. It'd be cool to have someone blow up in something I made for them. That sounds fun. So I get in a catalyst with a bunch of mining lasers, and I go mining a rock. I'm like, a week later, I have 1,000 units of Veldspar thinking I'm all hot shit. That's a lot. 1,000's a big number. Until some corporation flew up to me like, what the fuck are you doing? And then they kind of kidnapped me, and now I'm here.
Nice.
Nice. Thank you for the story. Does anyone else have a story that they want to share with us? Yes, over there. Over there, gentlemen.
Thank you. So I've only been playing for about a little over a year and a half, and I've been playing sort of safe this entire time. I've been playing very high sec, a little bit of faction warfare here and there, so I know a little bit about the rules of engagement. So I thought I would kind of go out of my comfort zone a little bit and start exploring low sec and null sec as a solo. And so what I did is I was like, okay, I'm going to kind of be a little bit of a scumbag. I'm going to start kind of going around and see if I can sort of start fights with people. Well, I went into a low sec area with a station. And I saw somebody kind of coming out, and it looks like they were going to go do some faction warfare. And I was like, okay, let me try to see if I can give this guy a hard time, because I really want to get more comfortable with, this, PvP thing. So I go up to him, and I start following him around, and I start engaging him. And I'm like, my heart is racing. I'm like, I've never done this before. I've always kind of just been a pacifist. And I see in the local chat, he goes, what are you doing? And then immediately I start getting targeted by the sentry turrets around a gate. Because, if you start going criminal, you will still get targeted by turrets. And so very promptly, my MOA got blown up that I had saved a lot of ISK for in a matter of seconds. And the guy was like, do you not get these rules for engagements? And I'm like, no, I'm really sorry. I don't know what I was doing, but, I learned a lesson that day, and it was, read the EVE wiki before you actually do anything, or EVE University, so.
Yeah.
All right, I'm hijacking this video because these stories are great, but it just reminded me that I have a story that I've been wanting to share with you guys for a while, since FanFest. This is from a different FanFest. This is from FanFest 2013. So basically the 10-year anniversary of EVE Online. This is CCP Hilmar's story of his early experience in EVE Online. And it is one of my favorite stories about early experience in EVE Online. Been meaning to show this to you guys anyways. So I'm going to pull that up and we're going to do that. Because it's pretty good. Hold on, let me make sure I find it. Actually, we can just watch the whole thing.
So beautiful. I should tweet this. Hello to everyone on the stream. We are now up to 150,000 unique visitors, so people are really digging the stream, which is awesome. But as I talked about yesterday, then the focus of this EVE keynote this year will be a lot around celebrating the first 10 years of EVE Online. So we will be reminiscing a bit about the past. But we will also be showing more of the future than I think ever before, and more concretely than before. And we will even be showing some crazy shit on top of that. But really, to really dig into where EVE Online came from, we have to go all the way to the beginning. So this is actually the first version of EVE Online. We didn't release it. I am very proud of it. But there's a guy who's going to take us through the journey. He is the founder and creative director of CCP. His name is Reynir Harðarson, and he is now going to come and start at the beginning. So, Reynir.
Whoa. This is awesome. Wow, what have we done? I'm sorry. Yeah, I want to, now we have a 10-year anniversary, and I want to tell you a little bit back behind the scenes how this madness all started, actually. And it goes all the way to 1996. I was working at a company called Oz, and we were doing virtual reality on the internet. And it was awesome.
I'm actually going to skip this part and jump
actually,
to
these
closer
are very
where
terrible
he comes back at.
Sorry, people.
The company, it's like everyone's saying, Hilmar.
Where is it? Okay, yeah. So this is when as Hilmar becomes CEO.
Okay, so like Reynir said, I became CEO. It was kind of weird how it became about. There were some people that asked me to do it, and I thought like, yeah, okay, I'll do it. Sort of thinking in my mind, I'll probably find somebody that owns a suit that can do it. It's like, why am I the CEO? And as I start to sort of figure out what it means to be a CEO on a company that actually is a bit of a mess. Of course, I mean, we had got the rights back. We were offering EVE as a digital download, and there were like 50 more subscribers that day, 60 more subscribers that day, but the company was in a technical bankruptcy yet again. Everyone was burnt out from crunching through all the years that you just watched Reynir walk us through. And it was a lot of sort of defeat at the company. It's like everyone was saying, Hilmar, this won't really work. I mean, we should just give up, raise new money, make another game. We learned a lot, and this just, we can't sort of recoup the situation. But there was something that had happened to me in September 2003. That is the month that Eva is born, my daughter, which is, of course, a life-changing event and all that. But I also took paternity leave in that month. And during that paternity leave, it was a lot of, okay, Eva is asleep, Guðrún is asleep. Okay, what should I do? I don't really have a lot of purpose here. They're both asleep. So I'll go and play a game. And I go and play sort of Neverending Nights, and it's like, yeah, okay, it's kind of fun. Probably should play Eve. Like, probably should do that.
Probably should play the game we make.
I play Eve, and it's like a terrible experience. And the reason why, it's like I'm writing down all the things that we've left to do. I'm seeing like, oh, didn't fix that yet. Oh, when do we get around fixing those things? It was like watching somebody do a card trick, which you just taught them to do, and they're kind of messing it up. And it's like, this is too much. Back to Neverending Nights. And it's like, no, let's try some more. Try some more, write list, defect reports, feels like work. Okay. How about if I accept some of these corporation invites I'm constantly getting? I was thinking, okay, if I'm in a corporation, I'm like the CTO, how will that work? I mean, I can't really lie, and I can't really be an employee of the company and play in the game. But I'll just figure that out. So I accept some little Empire Mining Corp with some Brits and some Americans. And they were sort of asking me when I joined, it's like, yeah, okay, where are you from? Yeah, I'm from Iceland. Okay. Do you know the CCP guys? Yeah, it's a small country. Yeah.
Do you know those CCP guys?
What do you do? I like work in IT. So it was a way to just give generic answers and all that. So I'm playing there, and like I have my little Tristan, and it's like, ooh, super cool ship. And they were on a mission on getting everyone into a battleship. The corporation was run by actually a guy who was a grandfather. His biggest problem was his grandson was constantly yanking out the internet cord to get attention from his grandfather. And they were on a mission to get everyone into a battleship. And I had my little Tristan, and how can I help? Yeah, well, we're going corp mining at X, Y, and Z. Okay, corp mining, what is that? Yeah, we'll teach you when you come there. I come there. They're mining, and they jettison on a can and mine into the can, and somebody's hauling. And I like, whoa, wait a minute, what are they doing? And in my head, there's like an empire of Excel sheets that crumbles to the ground. Kjartan, Kjellin, Húni had meticulously calculated the size of the cargo hold, the distance to the asteroid field, the amount you can mine, up to the back. That gives certain amount of content progression. So, okay, everyone will have a battleship in 3 years.
This is such an important moment and story overall.
And I like, oh my God, the content of this game will run out. It probably already has run out.
So to explain, like you can jet can mine, and this is actually a bigger thing before compression. But the idea is that you have your cargo hold, you have your miners, and then you have a hauler that comes and grabs the loot or grabs the ore and then hauls it back to the station. And this was something that players figured out to do. But as he's pointing out, CCP never designed for this, right? So we'll keep going with the story.
And we must fix this. Thinking about why is this feature even in the game? Remembering some vagary about debugging, I needed a way to like get things into space in an easy thing. So I just made this thing of like spawning cons that weren't really meant for anything. And
so jet cans were not intentionally part of the game.
Out and they expire in 2 hours, so they have these time stamps. Everyone is there mining, calling out, and competing. Somebody's hauling. There's this word trust relationship dynamics between the hauler and the guys mining, and it's like, wait a minute, this is much cooler. Like, it's not the intended gameplay, but it's social, it's mildly entertaining because it's so low impact, so everyone is talking about things, and it's like, whoa, this is way better. Let's just run with this. So
I personally believe that this is the defining moment of EVE Online. The moment in which the head of the development team looks at what players are doing, says this is not what we were designing it for. In fact, it destroys everything that we thought we were designing, but it's so much cooler than what we were building. Let's just let this roll. And this is the very beginning of the relationship between CCP and the players, where it's always been this delicate balance between like what CCP expects us to do and what we actually do with it, and understanding that we do much more creative and interesting things than even CCP can design for, but at the same time, CCP still has to try to work to understand us so that way they can, you know, not ruin things. And this has been, you know, this is the relationship from the Summer of Rage to BTEC-R to Scarcity, you know, this balance of power of understanding and game design between the players, and the trust between between the players and the people who make the game.
that was a pretty critical moment where the players, frankly, made a better version of the game than we had ever planned. But then, I like, okay, I get the logic. So we're mining at some point, and there's a guy, he has a thorax, and he's logging off. So I say to him, okay, well, if I borrow your thorax, then I can mine while you're asleep, and then return it back, and I will contribute to the group faster by using the thorax. Yeah, okay, sound logic. So follow me, I need to drop off some stuff. Take a long autopilot path into God knows where, never been there. Go to a station, made the ship transfer, and then I put an autopilot path back, and I go and pee. And then I sort of come back to the computer.
Once again, knowing where the story's going.
And I look at the screen, and I see the pod.
Oh, no.
And I see the pod, like, I see it blinking. And of course, I'd seen the pod, like the model for it, like I often used it in engine tests and such. But it's like, when it's on the screen there, and you know what it is not the same thing. And I'm oh my God, I didn't check the path. This is prior to the little dotted line coming to warn you if you have like a 0.4. I, of course, had gone through Mara, where Mu was gate camping, and they had killed the thorax I just borrowed. And I look at it, and it's like, oh my God, I just borrowed this ship from my friend. Jesus Christ, I've now betrayed his trust. Oh my God, how can I get it back? Wait a minute.
Hold up. Wait a sec. I'm the developer.
And I'm like, I'm the CTO. I could just go on ESP and press one button, and it's all gone. Oh my God, I'm so disappointed in myself for even having thought about it. It's like, oh.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, what did I do? Why am I sweating? Why is the game doing this to me? And like I just stand there and like stare at the screen, wanted to throw it out the window, and this was like a prior to LCD screen, so it was a big screen. And it's like, and then I got it. Okay. It's obviously a game made by the players more than us, as per this thing, and it's real. I just lost something of tremendous value to me. Then I spent the rest of my paternity leave doing this. This is basically me mining in my Tristan to get all the money back to buy a thorax for my friend, and then mine more to get another thorax to contribute to the group and all that. At some point, I am out of paternity leave and I'm back at the office, and I have this very weird dilemma. I sit as the CTO with two computers. One, I am mining to return back.
As a game designer, that's how you know you're onto something.
To return back the ship I just had borrowed, which is a social contract with somebody inside the game. On the other hand, I am fixing defects that the people that are paying my salary are screaming about me to fix. And I'm like, which is more important? and through some ways, I find the way to settle all my situation in game, and then of course I sort of slowly moved out of the court because fixing all the situation we left in Eve consumed my life. But that is really where I got it. So once I got it, then on with the program. Stop with the melancholy, all this like crunchy aftershock and whatever. Now we will continue the expansions until moral improves.
All right. Can I link the vid? Yeah, absolutely. I'll let you watch the rest of the video, but that's the story that I wanted you guys to hear. Let's go ahead and go back to the undocking into the new world and hear everybody else's stories.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wants to tell a story?
Yep. Here.
Over there in the corner. Over there.
So,
Yeah. Fast forward 12 years.
my very first day, I get my venture and I fly way out into Nullsec to go find some rocks because I want to get the best rocks, of course. And within a couple hours, I get just immediately blown up. Like as soon as I get like all the way out there, as soon as I get into the system.
There's an interesting thing to this where like CCP has said in the past that players that get blown up early end up significantly more likely that they will stay with the game. A lot of times when we think about ganking and low sec and all that stuff as being bad for the game, like the honest truth is that the stats show that the worst thing that can happen to a player is nothing interesting happens and Eve is kind of boring and they wander through it without very much direction for a few days and then they quit. Somebody killing you is a break of your expectations enough that causes you to like snap out of it and ends up causing players to become more engaged longer terms. Thanks, Saitan. The knowledge you have on Eve is insane, man. That's why I try to watch your streams as much as possible. I appreciate it. Yes, that's what we do here is maximize, increase player literacy in Eve Online. I'm here to put Eve into context for my fellow Empyreans. Yeah, rage quit. That's the thing I've said to people before. Like most people quit the game at least 2 to 3 times before they come back for forever, right? So, you know, just because like if somebody ganks somebody and then they rage quit, the thing is that deep down inside, that person's going to have a splinter in the back of their brain that lets them know that Eve beat them, right? Like if you rage quit because someone blew you up, deep down inside, you can excuse it as being unfair and bullshit or whatever, but when you're laying your head down at night, you know that this is a game that millions of people before you have played, thousands of people successfully play every single day, and you let it beat you. And so someday, weeks, months, maybe even years down the road, you're going to check it out again. But this time you're going to have a different set of expectations. You're going to be more prepared for success. And I think that that's a critical piece to how a lot of players get into the game. So my point is that as we listen to all of these stories, it's important to note how many of these stories, including mine, including Hilmar's, including this one that we're listening to right now, involve the person dying. We think about new bros dying as being a bad thing, and yet every single one, or almost every single one of these stories about how we learn to play Eve involves people dying, or them dying. And like the other thing to keep in mind when we're talking about these kinds of things is, yeah, we had somebody get killed last night, and we got to be with him as he processed that experience for himself. You learn a lot about yourself when you are dealing with something as negative as somebody killing you when you didn't expect them to. That's absolutely true, and I think that that's a big piece of this game, is that it's a game that tests us on who we are as people, not just how good our aim is, or you know, your experience in the game itself. But like, this is about this is why I think that EVE Online is the only true role-playing game in the world, because it truly asks you to take on a role within the universe, to put yourself in this virtual universe and participate in the way that you do. You know, you don't just get to pick your class, you have to become your class.
Get to the belt, I get blown up. But ever since then, that started my fascination with trying to find the best possible rocks. So I trained for months and months and months to finally get into the prospect to get Mercoxy, because I was like, oh, I can get this cloaky ship, I can get Mercoxy, I can get the best rocks. I spend several hours waiting until like right around downtime when like the server kind of gets a little lower player count to go to this quiet system to mine Mercoxit. But by the time I finally get out there, it's like 4 a.m. my time, and I am just exhausted. And I pass out on my keyboard and decloak myself in the system.
Oh no.
And I sit there for about 8 hours and am absolutely terrifying the locals there. Because they see a prospect just sitting in their system, and little did I know, it's typically a Cyno ship, right?
Wait, who'd be scared of a prospect? No, I'm teasing. I'm teasing. If you know, you know.
So I end up getting killed by them, and I wake up the next morning in my pod, in my station, absolutely confused on how I got there, and I see this little message in the bottom right corner saying, hey, sorry, we killed you. We are actually an NRDS group, but you were just terrifying our locals for 8 hours. We couldn't do anything. And as soon as they killed us, as soon as they killed me, they saw my fit and were like, oh fuck. And they invited me to fly with them, and I've been with them ever since.
Oh,
That's amazing.
amazing story. Thank you.
So many recruitments start
There's
with
one more in the corner
a ship
over there
being
to the
blown up.
left.
Well, we go back like the year 2003. Yes, I'm a dinosaur.
Nice.
And we were among...
Years ago, I named a rookie ship Happy Cyno Time and chased a Cinnable into nullsec. Rookie ships were a lot scarier when they had light Cynos. All right, Havoc. 07 to you. Okay, I will look into it.
The first ones in null, and I got, oh, a nice distribution mission, 30 jumps away, it's safe. It's a story of plain stupidity. So I fly out, 30 jumps to the station. I arrive there. Why can't I complete the mission? Okay, fly back, 30 jumps. Oh, I forgot to accept
thank you
the
so
mission.
much, man.
I hit accept mission, fly back, 30 jumps. Something must be wrong. I check. Oh, damn, I forgot the cargo. 30 jumps back, 30 jumps. Finally, I did the mission, and somebody talked to me like, oh, yes, oh, you're back. You were just doing a simple distribution mission. Yes, I did like 120 jumps for the mission. That's impossible. Oh, yes, but if you forget to accept and then forget your cargo, well, let's say, been there, done that multiple times.
Well done.
It's impressive.
I missed the whole fucking story. I'm sorry.
Simple distribution mission. Yes, I did like 120 jumps for the mission. That's impossible.
What?
Oh, yes, but if you forget to accept and then forget your cargo, well, let's say, been there, done that multiple times.
Well done.
It's impressive.
Man, players want this game to be as convoluted and complex as possible. I remember, like, nowadays, I think it's in the career agents, if you try to undock without the thing, people would, like, there's a pop-up that's like, hey, you don't have what you need. People got so mad at that. Because, like, everybody has experienced this, where you undock to do a mission, and you were given a thing, but you didn't actually pick it up. Like, everybody's done this. And so, like, but when CCP tried to make it so that that was harder to do, people got mad at him because EVE Online is about making mistakes.
Thank you.
Well, mine's certainly not as exciting as the other stories, but it hopefully shows what Eve can do in the real world. So in 2008, I'd lost a long-time job, and I started working as a contractor. And I discovered within about a month or so that my manager played Eve, and his secondary played Eve. So since I'm a sci-fi buff, I asked him, I was like, hey, can I join up with you? And we did. So since
I got my first job, like as a software developer, because during the interview, I looked down and noticed that he had a Galente keychain. Actually, it was very similar to my Galente keychain. So like this, like it just a Galente logo on a keychain, and I noticed it and I commented on it, and he later admitted that that was one of the big reasons why he hired me.
Since 2008, January.
Which, if you think about it, knowing that somebody plays EVE Online may not necessarily be the best. Like, I should hire this guy and trust him to work at my company, but, you know, whatever. This was, like, back in 2011. Actually, I remember because at that work, it must have been 2010, because, like, it was about the same time that I first started playing EVE. Because I distinctly remember watching, like, a lot of my earliest stuff, like the Summer of Rage and stuff, all happened while I was at that job. So
everyone, I've been playing EVE, and I'm also happy to say that in August of that year, that manager hired me, and I've been there for 16 years. So, Eve, thank you for the job and helping me kiss my boss's ass.
It's a very inspiring story. Thank you.
He showed me his Hyperion. He was very proud.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about how new player experiences evolved over the years. So, several years ago, we added the tutorial that we called the new player experience, which narratively explains how you as a capsuleer were birthed and shows you the very basics of EVE, like flying, mining, shooting, fitting, etc. Then we also added the air carry program, which is basically a collection of tasks that allows players to set short-term goals for themselves and explore the different careers that you can have in EVE, such as explorer, industrialist, enforcer, etc.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of new player-friendly corporations in EVE. Like, if some of you who have played for a long time, you might remember that it wasn't a thing, like until maybe 10 years ago, or maybe a bit more, that new players were really in such a demand as they are today. Right? It was, I believe, started by Brave, that just kind of created this corporation, having in mind, or alliance, having in mind, like, we want newbies, right? They are valuable, and we'll train them, and we'll become a big group. And they were the first organization to cross the 10,000 members number, and that made others inspired, right?
Kind of. So what happened was, okay, the story begins, I think, in 2014, when one of Goonswarm's top people, a guy named the Big Red Boat. So, like, the Big Red Boat is a capital pilot. He's a super capital pilot. He's a Titan pilot, right? So Titans have the ability to bridge other ships. They can transform into basically a temporary Stargate and allow other people to jump through them to a location. So somebody can light a Sino, the Titan opens up the bridge, people jump through the Titan. This is what's known as a hot drop, right? However, in the drop down, they say open bridge, but also jump to Sino. And on this faithful day, the Big Red Boat hit jump to Sino instead of bridge and jumped his Titan into the system of Asakai in LowSec. And it just so happened that before he could get things under control and jump himself out, there was a hick nearby, and it managed to get an infinite point on him, and he was stuck. Now, under normal conditions, this would be fine. The guy who accidentally jumps their Titan instead of bridging their Titan will die and get made fun of, and the world moves on. But the problem with this particular Titan pilot, the Big Red Boat, is that he is actually a fairly famous FC within the Imperium. Not only is he a FC, he's a capital FC. So when he jumps into Asakai, rather than just being like, I guess I'm dead and dying, he immediately puts out the call for everyone to come and help. So they jump in a whole bunch of shit, and it just becomes a giant clusterfuck. I remember when roaming around that night, and I was FCing a small group, and we were roaming around faction warfare space, and I get this intel broadcast. Somebody comes and tells me there's a Titan tackled in Asakai, and I'm just like, no, there isn't. Like, I hear this sort of stuff all the time. All right, well, we'll head there. It's kind of on the other side of the war zone, but we'll head there. And as we're getting closer and closer to Asakai, tie-dye starts spiking, and we're like, wow, something might actually be happening. So we get there. It's a giant cluster. They lose several of their Titans that night, or at least their capitals. I can't remember how deadly Asakai specifically was for them, but it was a giant bloody nose for the Imperium. And this event, the Battle of Asakai, made it into the news. And this one dude who ran a company read this and thought it would be really cool. And so he joined EVE because of this as a new player. And when he came in and observed the same bitter vet environment that everybody else did, where everyone is obsessed with ISK per hour. Because, death is a serious matter is a core concept of EVE Online. And the way that they make death into a serious matter is by forcing us to work to build up our thing and then make losses permanent, right? So that way it's serious when you lose something. And so the counter to this for all players, for all of EVE Online, has been if you have enough ISK, if you have enough resources, you can minimize the damage of a loss, right? I mean, like, this is, of course, enshrined in the advice, never fly something you can't afford to lose, right? But what this means is that by this point, all activities in EVE that gain money, that gain value, is basically been distilled down to ISK per hour. ISK per hour is this universal metric that players can use to calculate the value of doing any given thing in EVE. And this guy comes in and kind of rejects that notion a little bit. Like, he's just coming in because he wants to fly around and blow things up. He heard about this crazy fight in Asakai. He doesn't necessarily believe in the standards that is presented to him by the big null blocks at the time. And the thing is that a lot of null blocks, which of course had a lot more power back then over the narrative, they're like, oh, the rest of EVE isn't that important. Just rat in a haven, in a VNI or whatever. And this is peak EVE. And let me tell you, that's boring stuff. So basically, he experienced the fact that people were telling him that he should judge things on ISK per hour, and also that stuff is boring. But the game himself, but he was able to see that the game itself is really interesting. So he, being a leader of, in real world, like he runs a company, he decided to make his own corporation in EVE Online. And it was called Brave Newbies. And he started recruiting on Reddit, and immediately his population explodes, right? Brave Newbies becomes an incredibly successful organization. It actually becomes the first, as he says, the first corporation to have over 10,000 people. They actually have to raise the corporation limit for everybody because of how big Brave Newbies had become. Because, as he pointed out, most experienced corporations didn't really care about newbies. They were just kind of less capable people. Like, there was a certain amount of, like, anybody can be useful in a fleet, but you definitely had an elitism attitude, especially within certain groups, groups that wouldn't let you in if you didn't have Tech 2 weapons, wouldn't let you in if you didn't have enough skill points, etc., etc. Especially back when skill points could not be bought. How many skill points you had was a direct correlation to how much experience you had in the game. So Yep, you can get those things, Skinner stuff from all over the place, honestly. Although I thought level 4 missions were not one of the things that it can drop in, but maybe. Any rate, so this guy creates Brave, and it becomes this big power block of just newer players. And then, exactly 1 year later, after the Battle of Asakai, the system of BTAC-R 5RB has a little bit of a quirk. So this was the Halloween War. And 1 week prior to this, there was actually a really big fight. N3 Coalition had been formed together in order to fight the Imperium. So this was Nulli Secunda. Shoot, I can't remember the 3 groups, but it was 3 groups that all start with N that had kind of teamed up together with Pandemic Legion in order to try to hurt the Imperium, you know? And they had staged the majority of their capitals in the system of BTAC-R 5RB. And we still to this day don't know exactly what happened. It might have been a bug. It might have been sabotage. For whatever reason, the sovereignty bill for the system of BTAC-R 5RB was checked off, turned off, unchecked. So on this faithful morning, exactly 1 year after the system of Asakai, or the Battle of Asakai, we woke up and BTAC-R 5RB was unclaimed. Now, back then, we didn't have Fortizars and Keep Stars and other stuff like that. The structures in Nullsec, you could build an outpost, and those outposts were tied to the sovereignty. And so if you took a sovereignty, you could then take the outpost and lock people out of it or, gain access to it or whatever. And so outpost kind of flipped along with the sovereignty. So with the sovereignty being gone, so too was the control over the outposts gone. And the Imperium capitalized on this. Jumped in massive forces. Sorry, I forgot. I totally got disconnected on my own story. But the week prior, there was a fight that involved a lot of carriers and drone ships and stuff, and they ended up crashing the node. So that was in mind on that faithful day. And so the Imperium intentionally actually pulled out some of their subcapital fleets to try to not crush the node. And of course, Pandemic Legion had to commit. Most of their capital forces were in that station. And so they had to defend BTAC-R or else. And so they committed hard, and the Imperium committed harder. Up until this point during the Halloween War, we thought that the Imperium had significantly more powerful subcapital fleets because they had the numbers. But Pandemic Legion, it was just taken as acceptable that Nulli, NC Dot, and yeah, I can't remember the third either. Nulli, so they needed to defend themselves, etc., etc. Hold on a second. So they commit hard. The Imperium commit hard. This giant fight for the system of 5RB occurs, and it is now known as Tagneomachy, or the bloodbath of BTAC-R 5RB. Like I said, they intentionally made sure that they would not crash the node to maximize the number of damage. 75 Titans were destroyed in that day. At the time, I believe that they had said it was, 24% of all Doomsdays ever fired in the history of EVE Online were fired on that particular day. And the thing is that Brave was actually an integral piece to this fight. They brought in a lot of people. They fought really hard. And so this moment, exactly 1 year after Brave was formed, or 1 year after the event that caused Brave to be formed, Brave participated in this fight and was able to basically show off how important it is to have a large number of people, even if they're newer players. And so this really solidifies to the player base that not only are new bros useful to the group, we got to get a new bro group of our own. So that's why we see things like Pandemic Horde get started and Karma Fleet, because basically both Pandemic Legion and Imperium immediately recognize that we got to have our own new bro fleet. So, you know, this is kind of the history of Brave, but either way.
That's how other big alliances started creating their own kind of divisions for new players, like Pandemic Legion created Pandemic Horde. There's like Karma Fleet in Goonswarm, and many other organizations do similar things, where there are corporations or alliances that are out there looking for new players, trying to recruit them, trying to teach them stuff. So this wasn't a thing, right? Like, you guys invented it.
Life's better.
Shh.
Ready to lose the hat and regrow the hair?
Stop ads.
With Choose
Ads are
by
bad.
Hims, you can regain your hair.
Stop it. Nully Northern Co. and Solar Nexus. That's right, it was Solar Nexus.
The Battle of BTAC-R 5RB raged for over 20 hours, involved tens of thousands of players, and witnessed the destruction of over 3,000 ships, including 75 Titans. 1/3 of all Titans ever lost in the 10-year history of EVE Online. It was truly the most remarkable confrontation ever to take place inside a computer game.
Here's a fun thing about it, though, okay? BTAC, hold on. Actually, I need to look up the exact... Hold on. BTAC-R 5RB. There is actually a Reddit post about it. So it happened on... oh, God, when was it? It was January. It was January 27th, 2014. So hold on a second. January... What did I say? This is a fun fact that most people won't know. January 27th, 2014, right? So, day of the week. Yeah, that's what I thought. So January 27th, 2014, the day that this happened. You know why they're showing these wrecks right here? Like, you see all these really cool wrecks of the Titans. And in fact, you can go to this location today. If you go to BTAC-R 5RB, you'll see all these different wrecks. It's a thing called Titaniomachy. If I could probably look it up, but I'm not going to force you guys to wait long enough to do it. I'm just going to make this claim because I looked up that it was Monday, and that's close enough. So BTAC-R happened on a Monday. Tuesday was patch day, right? Here's the wildest thing about it. Do you know what they put in on that particular patch? Titan wrecks. Before this point, in fact, during BTAC-R 5RB, when the Titan blew up, it just left behind a normal wreck. Titans didn't have their own unique wrecks at the time. So the day before CCP patches in the cool new wrecks for the Titans, we kill 1/3 of all of the Titans ever killed in the history of EVE Online. So that's why I believe that even before CCP liked to put monuments in, the reason why one of the very first monuments that CCP put in like this was Titaniomachy was because they desperately wanted to show off their Titan wrecks, and the giant Titan fight happened the day before. I always thought that was fucking funny. All right.
Including 75 Titans. 1/3 of all Titans ever lost in the 10-year history of EVE Online. It was truly the most remarkable confrontation ever to take place inside a computer game. As happens so often in history, the catalyst for an event this large was something quite small. In this case, an unpaid sovereignty bill. The N3 coalition had used a single station in BTAC-R as the forward staging post in its long-standing war against the CFC-Rus coalition. When the sovereignty dropped, CFC-Rus saw the opportunity to deal a blow to N3. Both sides quickly mobilized their forces, causing skirmishes to erupt all over the region as ships moved in to capture or defend the system. 2 hours after the sovereignty drop, CFC-Rus had assembled their forces and jumped into BTAC-R with a massive fleet, including their super capitals. N3 immediately assembled its already outnumbered forces into its signature wrecking ball formation. Thousands watched as the two sides faced off, exchanging volley after volley from their doomsday weapons. Countless flashes from beams and bombs were punctuated by the occasional blinding light from an exploding Titan. Truly, there was no turning back. 4 hours into the engagement, the two sides stood roughly even, but N3 realized it couldn't match its opponent's ability to replenish their forces. Deciding that it would have to disrupt coordination between Rus and CFC to secure victory, N3 focused its firepower on the Rus fleet commander. In the process, N3 would suffer the loss of 5 more of its own Titans before finally destroying its opponent's Avatar flagship. N3 would never again match its opponent's strength, but its forces stayed on the battlefield for another 8 hours. Ultimately, though, N3 sounded the retreat. When the fighting ceased, 20 hours after it began, over $300,000 worth of ships had been obliterated, with N3 losing 59 Titans to 16 from CFC-Rus. N3 was forced to retreat from BTAC-R and neighboring regions, but the war has raged on, even as both sides seek to rebuild.
Oh no, that war was over.
However the current conflict ends, pilots who venture into BTAC-R will see the shattered remains of the once magnificent ships that were lost in this titanic clash, now condemned to drift in cold, unforgiving space forever.
And that fight held the record books for a long time until I think it's MTAC-O took over.
And that immensely helps new players if they are joining organizations like that.
Speaking about community, one thing that community also immensely contributes to general knowledge is YouTube tutorials. You can find a lot of high-quality educational stuff there. Everything including fitting recommendations, how to use a D-scan, life in wormholes, etc. Me, myself, I needed help from YouTube tutorials. When a couple of years ago, I started playing EVE, I had no idea how to scan signatures. So I had to go, found this really high-quality tutorial on YouTube, and learned it there.
Yeah, before I go into the player-made tools, I mentioned like new player organizations. EVE Uni obviously was purposely built just to help new players, but also let's have a round of applause for the Uni Wiki. Like, guys, this is the... I'm sure everyone here used Uni Wiki at some point, right? It's immense help. But speaking about player-made tools, third-party tools, PyFa, EveMon, Dotlan, and a bunch more, they help a lot. And again, they started appearing years back, even in 2006 or 5, I believe, like EveMon was one of the first apps just to manage your character progression, especially if you had more than one. That was super helpful. So for new player to understand how the skills work with each other and like have a fitting and then have a list of skills needed for it, that was immense help. Like the fitting tool in-game didn't have that, if you remember. So it was the third-party tools that helped new players on their, at the beginning of their journey. And as well as Dotlan. Like today, it's probably veterans that use it the most, but still for new players to be able to kind of around themselves in space in a different way is very useful.
And now we would like to open the floor for more discussion. Please tell us your stories about your first corp, your first loss, your first scam, etc. Or ask us questions about the new player experience, whatever you want. Please raise your hand again if you have something to say, and we'll find you.
I believe you, sir, were the first, right? From the previous round.
Thank you. It's 2005. Discovered this EVE game. This was fascinating. Got to do it. Got to make some money. I have to have that ship. That ship is at Estero. How do you get to Estero? You have to buy it. I need money. The only way I knew to make money at the time was commodity trading.
Hell yeah.
Get the cheap stuff, take it to another stuff. 6 months later, I got the money. I got the Estero. I went to Hitajira. I was like, oh, no.
Hey, Malin, that's what we do here. That's what we do here.
Now I can go explore things, and went into Otsala and died at the gate by the Otsala gate campers.
I feel like I know this guy.
I rage quit for 2 days and never went back to low-sec again. I'm a 20-year solo Care Bear high-secker because of that event.
Oh, no.
I can relate. Yep.
Thank you so much. I actually gave a talk here 18 months ago where I counted this story, so it might be duplicate for some of you, but a lot of you won't have heard it before. I started playing at 5:21 on the day of launch, so July 2003, and I spent about 8 weeks in Amar orbiting a Veldspar rock in a Tormentor to save up to buy my first battleship, which was a Scorpion. And I took this Scorpion, intended to take this Scorpion out to what was the nullsec staging for our corp in a location called T-Par-G. And I thought that I was jumping into a blue gate camp on the way to T-Par-G, but it turned out that we had, let's say, broken diplomatic ties with the people on the other side of the gate about 5 minutes before I jumped through it, and that was the end of my Scorpion. And also, I guess it kind of prompted a lifelong distrust of nullsec, because I have never, ever lived in nullsec in my 22-year playing career. I'm a dedicated low-secker and will never go into those locations without the guidance of support of a competent FC. That's what I would say. And also check your standings.
We see some common theme here. Yeah.
Thank you. Next question or comment?
Thank you. So technically my first day playing EVE was back in the times of the beta, because I'd read about things in magazines back when magazines were...
Yes, there was no Estero in 2005. Some people, you know, human beings remember things in particular ways. I've gotten used to that when it comes to people telling stories.
And had a go at it. Spent about an hour.
Including myself. It's why I double check things as I'm telling things. And, you know, speaking of which, if you go, this is the, I can't find the thing that talks about the patch notes about being the exact same time, but this was 2 days later, Art of Rubicon 1.1, where they're talking about it. And they even say, before we even go through that, though, it's important to note that this dev blog was written before the bloodbath of BTAC-R 5RB. You can read more about that. And we have plans for an in-game monument called Titaniumaki to commemorate it with a new dev blog by CCP Dolan. And this whole article is about the new Rex that they've been making. So if you scroll down to the bottom, they're showing off all of the new Rex and stuff. So yeah, I don't have the exact evidence that shows them. The rest of the 27 capitals are in time to deliver them all to you in Rubicon 1.1. I'm pretty sure they had just done the Titans at this point. It was so funny that, like, because, like, I've even talked, they didn't ever post too much about it, but I remember, like, talking to CCP about it, and, like, when you bring up the timing of it, you can see it in their eyes that they're like, yeah, wish it happened one day later. Wish it happened one day later.
on it, thought it was very pretty, but it was very early, and there's not a lot you could do because it was still a beta. But I was really heavily invested with another MMO, so I put Eve down, read about it, but I was like, no, I can't really start another one because I'll lose my life to 2 MMOs. Anyway, that one went down the pan, Star Wars Galaxies, if anyone remembers it. And eventually I was like, right, I've done a lot of reading, and I've got a lot of time coming up, and so 2 days after my firstborn was born, I created my first character in Eve, and I started off with all the learning skills because I was too sleep deprived to do anything else at that point. And today, he's here, 18 years later.
Wow.
So got him with me. It's about time. I've been coming here since 2013, so about time I brought one of them along.
Heartwarming story, thank you.
Hello. It's about my first ship loss. One of our co-op decided to show us rookies around the level 4 mission. I was back then flying an assault cruiser. Well, nice little boat, nice little beastie. Suddenly things go wrong. Poof, floating around in my pod. Now, what the hell happens? Skip the time a few years later. I'm showing the newbies in our co-op rounds. Similar situation happens. I get a little bit careless and suddenly I find a whole bunch of angels about 15 kilometers from my ship. At least I managed to get my corp mates out by saying, guys, run. I have it. Yeah. So it's a bit of mirroring. It can happen to everyone.
Indeed.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
So I'm going to talk about my first escapade out into piracy from being a Care Bear. My corporation was hosting an event on who can steal the most during one of your guys' seasonal events, and I let one of the players in the corporation by the name of Enzo Nabana convince me to fit a caracal completely brick fit with auto-targeting missiles in the top and nothing but warp core stabilizers in the bottom back when they were a passive module. So what I did is I let this Ikitursa do all of the work in the site, and then I approached the loot can. I did not take from it, but the Ikitursa red boxed me, and Concord promptly destroyed him. And I ended up winning that event because that Ikitursa was worth about 12 billion ISK.
Wow.
What? Well, I mean, okay, so that was a different time. Wow, what a specific time to... Yeah, I don't do Twitch anymore. What a specific time period that you're talking about there, where you have an Ikitursa, but warp core stabs. When did warp core stabilizers... yeah, well, I mean, yeah, theoretically it'd still work. Warp core stabilizers. Oh, yeah, okay. So warp core stabilizers were changed in 2021. So there's like a 2-year window in which an Ikitursa existed, but warp core stabilizers were still passive. And you know what the lesson to this is? You know what the lesson to this is? You know, yeah, here's a little bit of a fiery take. Every single time somebody tells me that they don't need safety and that they're at safety red, even though they're in high sec or wherever, and they're cocky about it because, like, I don't really need safety or whatever, my opinion of them as a pilot goes down a little bit, right? Because maybe you do get it. Maybe you're totally good at being a pilot and you never, ever, ever shoot at something that you're not supposed to, and, you know, whatever. But here's the thing. A good pilot uses the tools at their advantage, right? So the fact that that Ikitursa got concorded means that that Ikitursa was running missions or running the event sites in high sec with their safety off. And you may think you're the baddest pilot in the world, But if you're running with your safety off when it shouldn't be, in my opinion, that's a strike against you as a pilot. You're not so good that you don't need safety. That's like a motherfucker running around with a motorcycle. You're too good to wear a helmet. Well, okay, that's great until you're splattered on the pavement, man. Like, good pilots use their tools. The best pilots change their safety to match the conditions that they are flying in. That's my take. You now switch your safety to green in high sec. It's too easy to make a mistake. Before safety, I watched an orca die to a rookie because the orca was healing the rookie and the rookie shot the orca. Ha! Yeah. Well, and now, like, Logi especially, man, that's the other thing, is that, like, it doesn't even matter if it's safety yellow in high sec, because if you go suspect in high sec, you're not getting reps from my fleet. You're not getting boosts. All my Logi are safety green. Because if you Logi somebody in high sec, you can get just concorded, even if they only had suspect. If they get a limited engagement timer with somebody, then repping them becomes concord worthy. So no, you're not getting reps in my fleet if you go suspect or criminal. And in fact, I used to have a rule in my invasion fleets that if you get concorded, not only am I not SRPing you, I had a fucker. Okay, so in the Dread site, there is a tower, and that tower is designed to amplify your damage. And there was a bug. It wasn't actually intended, or not a bug, but it wasn't necessarily intended to be this way, because everything else in the site was fine. But if you shot that tower, apparently that was still protected by Concord. So we had a Leshak, I think it was, that concorded himself on the tower in the middle of the Dread fight. And this fucker had the audacity to ask me for SRP for his 2 billionist Leshak that he got killed because he shot a tower in high sec with his safety off. And I'm just like, no, not only am I not SRPing your ship, you are forfeiting all of your payment for the day. Get the hell out of my fleet. You can come back tomorrow with a lesson learned. Like, oh my God. These are great stories. I got to go. Great to drop by your show. I was following your lore podcast and High Drag back in the day. Keep up the good content. Thank you so much, Anders. Good to hear that you've been here for that long. That is awesome. Thank you. Before safety was a thing, a new bro trying to burst jammer on the undock of a starter station. There was a whole thing, like, before safety happened, they convinced a guy, or maybe it was after safety, and they convinced him to turn it off, to, like, do a burst jammer thing. And then, like, so he starts to do the bursting, and then they warped in a whole fleet of people, because the whole point was, like, they set him up to kill one guy. Maybe it was a smart bomb. Yeah, I think it was a smart bomb. So, like, there's this whole thing where, like, you set up the smart bomber to be next to the guy, so that way when he dies, you can smart bomb the pod. So they convinced this guy to do this. And as soon as he starts smart bombing, they warp in a whole fleet of pods directly on top of him. Like, 50 more pods, and it just went blip, and he immediately went neg 10, and it took him forever to repair that because you couldn't buy clone tags back then. So yeah, they totally screwed him over. Yeah, Jeff remembers. Remember the stage of war deck, invite the target into fleet, and now they become a valid war target and get killed and looted? I don't remember that, but Dutch Gunner has been playing this game for longer than I have, that's for sure.
Thank you.
Maybe I can share mine as well here. I'm Alaska, and I was in high sec at the beginning in 2017 or something, and I wanted to explore low sec, so I went to Karoo, which is one of those closed Tita low sec in a venture, and, well, immediately got killed by some of the locals, which I...
Wait, you're telling me that if you go into low sec in a venture, people are just going to kill you? Once again, if you know, you know.
Made contact with, and they hosted me in a corp, and they explained me stuff, and they said, you know, in low sec, first of all, you need to have the right fit with your venture or whatever. I think it was a procurer they suggested. So, yeah, it was a procurer. So you need to have some of those things that avoid or block in people, and so that they can't warp, and we can jump to you, save you, and kill them. And you never fly alone. You really need support in low sec. You can't do anything alone. Alone, you're dead. So the first lesson, alone is dead. Second lesson, I need to have those warp things that I didn't know about at the time to prevent people from warping out. So I was into the ice stuff, trying to do some mining with my thing, and suddenly someone pops in. So I lock him, as they said. I shout at the others, come and support. And he's alone, so it should be probably the right sequence. He's alone, I'm not, and I'm locking in. So the guys just undock, and they say, no, we weren't calm. I say, why is that? And then I get one shot. And then I didn't understand, because he was alone. I was supposed to be supported. Well, it was a Ragnarok.
A Ragnarok?
So, yeah, with a Titan in front of me. A Titan killed a Procurer in 2017 or 18, I think. In Karoo, you can check. That was me.
So back in the day, Titans could use high-angle guns, and so could project down a lot better. Also, the Procurer's not moving at all.
More stories or questions?
Yeah, for me, it was first time in a wormhole. So I didn't know anything about wormholes. I knew they existed. That was about the extent of it. Didn't know the mechanics. Didn't know how to look up the J number, the class number, nothing. So my corp mates found a wormhole and wanted to try running one of the sites in it. I'm like, cool, that sounds like fun. I haven't done this before. So I get a Proteus. They're in just some kitchen sink fleet of stuff. And we finished the site somehow. Still don't know which class it was. And then suddenly, a T3...
Also, that dude's friends are chumps. If it was my group, we would absolutely be like, go get the tackle on the Ragnarok. Find every friend you have.
Sea fleet decloaks next to us.
Hold on, what?
Finished the site somehow. Still don't know which class it was. And then suddenly, a T3 Sea fleet decloaks next to us. And I don't know what's going on at this point. Some of my corp mates warp off. I just pretty much die immediately. And I still don't know who killed us or where we were. So that was my first experience with a wormhole, and I didn't touch them for the next, 6 years.
Thank you.
I gotta say, I do not understand this instinct of, I got killed in LowSec once and then never touched it again for 6 years or 10 years or never go there again. To me, that death in NullSec didn't teach me to not go into NullSec. It taught me that this game has so much to it and I need to know more. I need to learn it. I need to get better at it. I need to understand it because there are levels to this thing that a lot of people aren't aware of, and that is intensely interesting to me. If I get destroyed, especially if I wasn't expecting it, which to be honest doesn't happen very much anymore, but if it was, I would be like, oh, it's such a novel thing. I gotta figure out what's going on. I gotta get better. I gotta go in there and master this. I can't let an area of space beat me.
Any more?
Just really quick, I realized
if I avoid space, it's because I find it boring, not because I find it scary.
That first venture loss was not my first day at New Eden. It was the first day I knew how to do anything, because when I first started, I was searching around for some space game on Google Play and couldn't find it. But the very next day, because Google's always watching, it was like, oh, you like space? Here's an EVAD. And
I will say that when I first got into when I was applying to that NullSec group, it was like, no, EdenCom isn't boring, and I'm also not afraid. I go hunt in EdenCom too. I'm not afraid of EdenCom. I just know that they're going to gate camp me in a lot of systems, so I don't do something stupid like travel in a slow, clunky ship through an EdenCom system without a scout, because I'm not an idiot. But that doesn't make me want, I don't hate EdenCom systems. You know what it makes me want to do? Grab a Paladin and clear off every single Eden. This is why, you know what I'm going to be doing? You know what I'm going to be doing? When I get a Baba Yaga I'm going to go to an eating comm system and just start fucking dunking eating comm all day long with a trick ship. That's what I want to do. That's what I'm going to be doing on the 28th or 29th of Eve, or of this month. And I'll be doing it on stream. So that way when I get ganked by a bunch of catalysts, you'll all be able to see it. Can you do that, by the way? Hell yeah, you can. Yeah. So, I have dreads, not dreads. I have Marauder staged in Pamene and in Taki and a few other places. So that way we can clear out the word posts and stuff. That's what we're going to be doing. Hell yeah. More like the 30th. I can't remember how long it takes to build a Marauder. So I got called a spy when I applied to that nullsec group that I told you about. Because I was less than a month into the game. And back then, your API key was like your entire account. And the API key holder can see what other things you have applied your key to. And so my buddy, like, they were like, there's no way this guy is new. Because I already had my key in Aura tracking app for my phone. I had it in Python, or not Python, but shoot, the fitting tool at the time. You know, I had already gotten big, and I was a software developer, so like I got really big into like all of the EFT. Yeah, but no, there's another one, Evemon, I think. Yeah, Evemon. I love Evemon. Everybody loved EFT. I loved Evemon, but like. They pulled up my key and were like, there's no way this guy's new. Like, his key is in too much stuff. And my buddy's like, no, you don't understand who this guy is. Like, this is just how he... Like, at that point, I had already read the OR guide front to back. Which, by the way, hold on. Is that a thing still? Is that a thing? Or the OR book? Not OR chart, not OR the corporation. This was a thing for a long time. They even came out with like a 3.0. Oh, now I don't know if I can find it. There was a guide. It wasn't just to mining, but it was like an entire... Hey, nice! Genolutions are great. What? It was a book. It was like a strategy guide, or stood for something. But I had read that from cover to cover, and it was like, it talked about the basics of fitting, and, you know, how rats worked, and all that stuff. But, yeah, they were like, no, you don't understand. Like, this is just the kind of player he is.
I was completely lied to. It was just this amazing, like, oh, you can go anywhere, you can fight these amazing space battles, you can explore the far reaches of the universe, and then I spent a week not knowing how to leave my own system.
No, it was made by players.
Thank you.
I have a quick one.
Never mind. It was called ISK. It was called ISK, not OR. Can I still get it? ISK the guide. Oh, it's definitely not here anymore. Wayback Machine. This was like the manual. ISK the guide, yeah. No, well, so... I actually own one. I own one Eon magazine. Here we go. No, you're right. This was, well, was it part of Eon? I don't think it was part of Eon. This was the original ISK the guide. You could order hard copy. Was it in connection with Eon? I forgot about it together. Or I forgot about it too. Can I download it still? No. Yeah, they updated it for incursions. That's what it was. Hold on. Can we get it? Here it is, guys. The guide to because they had to redo it. So they had to redo it for incursions because that's when they came out with the new models. It has all the different empires. It has an advertisement for Eon magazine. There's the original Jovian Eidolon ship. That doesn't exist in the game anymore. That's what a Jovian ship looks like. The Battle of Vakatioth, one of the most famous moments in EVE history. And then here, there's look at this sidebar, current location overview, selected item window. That thing looks so old. Look at that thing. Back when the UI was colored, which of course you're going to be able to color it again. This looks exactly the same. It's funny how much some things have changed and some things have not changed. Rats used to be pluses, not triangles. Attributes and skills. So here's a chart that shows you how long it takes to train things using maximum speed, which means basically like augmenting your attributes correctly and using an implant and stuff, neural remapping. So here's this SP required. Is there an ISK 4.0? Back when we actually cared about attributes and people talked about it. Clones and insurance? Clones and insurance. Oh man, hold on. Is this... Oh no, this is jump clones. Are they going to talk about clone grades at all? Yeah, you keep 450,000 skill points because you used to have to upgrade your clones. So originally there was clone grades, and that was how many skill points you could train. So basically, or that's how many skill points you would keep if you got blown up. So if you died, if your pod got killed and your clone wasn't up to date, you could lose skill points. Yeah, the second golden rule of EVE Online, always have an upgraded clone. You can create and upgrade your clones with this station with medical facility service. To do this, open up the upgrade clone button. Select a clone with enough skill points to cover your current amount of skills plus room to grow, and then click OK. If your escape pod is destroyed, take it easy. It's usually doesn't happen in high spec unless you're at war. And you do not have an upgraded clone, you will lose some of your skill points. Always make sure that your clone covers more skill points than you currently have, or you will have in the near future. Avoid these clones that you will grow. Avoid those clones that you will grow out of in a few days or weeks. Consult the Keep XX skill points part of the medical service window to see how many skill points a clone covers. Note, if the clone is not adequate, the skill with the highest amount of skill points loses 5% of the difference between the two clones. This can be devastating, and you may lose the ability to use a module or fly a ship, meaning that you'll have to relearn the skill to re-entry again. And the thing is that they got rid of this because it became a barrier to entry. Like, we had a friend of ours that would not fly with us unless we were flying Tech 2 ships. Because even though we were in faction warfare, right? In faction warfare, we used cheaper ships all the time. He wouldn't fly with us with cheaper ships because his clone was worth 80 million ISK. So anytime we're flying in ships that were worth less than 80 million ISK, he had to like be an extra 80 million ISK of risk on top of it from everybody else. So if we weren't flying nicer ships that would make sure that like we would protect them or whatever, it wasn't worth him flying with us. That's a big reason why they got rid of clone grades. Wow. Corporations. Let's see, anything else? Is that the old... Yeah, that's the old school Caldari Corvette. I don't think that's a Tengu. I think that's the original Corvette, right? Is that a Tengu? It might be a Tengu. That's probably a Tengu. That's a Tengu? Okay, fine. CPU and power grid, cap boosters, active shield tank, armor tank, remote tank, passive shield tank. There's your shield tank recovery graph. Buffer tank, signature tank. All this stuff is good stuff. Missiles, that's what missiles used to look like. That is too long to be. Okay, fine. Okay, I do want to see like if they post the pictures of the old Corvettes. Probably not. We mostly avoided it. Here's all the different kinds of turrets. Ammunition. This guy, I'm telling you, this was like the way to learn the game back in the day. Oh man, hold on. Hold on. Vexer. I gotta look it up. Vexer. Vexer in game versus Vexer then. So I can't show them both at the same time probably, but let's look. We have 300 CPU, 625 power grid. It's 300 CPU and 700 power grid. 4 low slots. It's now 5 low slots. 3 mid slots becomes 4 mid slots. 5 high slots become 4 high slots because it lost a high slot when it became even more drone based. The drone bay is oh yeah, so the drone bay is 100 meters cubed, and the drone bandwidth is 75 meters cubed. It is now 125 meters cubed and I think 100, right? No, it's still 75, but it's got a bigger drone bay. This is fun. I'm having fun. The bonus looks like it's the same. 5% bonus to hybrid turret damage. No. Wait. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hybrid turret damage and 10% bonus to drone hit points, damage, and mining yield. Yeah, same bonuses. That's crazy. That's pretty fun. The Ishtar used to have a drone bandwidth of 100. Whoa, actually, I didn't realize that they were already that drone-oriented back then. But the Arbitrator has 50 drone bandwidth. Arbitrator now... Doesn't the Arbitrator now have 75? Doesn't the Arbitrator now match the Vexer? No. Nope, it's still the same. That's cool. That's crazy. It'd be kind of cool to go through this, but I'm not gonna make everybody sit here as we like pick apart every single ship from 2011 to now. Starships of all the races. Back when you could fit like all of the ships in like 3 pages. Mining. It's actually kind of weird. A lot of this, I mean, we can tell that these pictures are old because like the UI is old, but in a lot of ways, this still like this is what it looks like today. Oh man, the original chart for where the ore was when the Hulk was still top dog. I mean, technically, I would say it is still top dog. There. Oh. Back when the Bantam and Navitas were mining. Oh, excuse me. Mining ships. Bantam and Navitas as mining ships, guys. The Osprey and Vexer as mining ships. The Inquisitor was a mining ship. Isn't that wild? all the different rocks, and they're reprocessing moon goo or drone poo and all of their results. Mining barge or battleship? When that was a question that you had to ask yourself, like, should I mine in a mining barge or a battleship? I want to see Speed to bring back the racial miners as fleet miners. No Orbe. I mean, could be, I guess, okay, but it'd be more of a novelty than anything. I mean, there are Vexer still has drone bonuses for mining. Ice and Mercoxic. Mining foreman links. What were those originally? They were the same as before. It was just they were whole system wide, right? 100% bonus to effectiveness of mining foreman link modules per level. Okay, no, that's just skills. Here we go. Decreases the capacity need of mining lasers, gas harvesters, and ice harvesters. I don't feel like that. Like, I feel like that's the one that now also speeds up mining. Decreases mining laser duration. Oh, okay. So the duration and the cap requirement one changed, and now it's range. Oh, no, this is range. This one became crystals. This one became crystals because they didn't have crystals as much back then. Oh, there's the rock wall. Back when your fleet structure actually cared for boosts. Haulers. Back when haulers were called industrials. Oh, learn how to do agents and run missions. The old standings. We could use this chart to compare the new standings to figure out what changed in 2021 or whatever. Oh, yeah, the different mission types. Like, so they're like, okay, well, these were, so back in the day, there were all different kinds of things. Like there was archive, you know, all these different types of missions, and then they got condensed into security, distribution, mining. That's it, right? All of these got condensed into those. That's actually, this is why every once in a while, like if you're doing like a mining mission or a courier mission, they'll ask you to destroy something, because it used to be that there's a lot of bleed between the different types. Alphas can mine using Moas and Rokes, get better yields than a Venture. I think that the best mining vehicle for a Venture, for an Alpha, is still the Praxis. Missions, mission types, rewards, standings. Is it a Roke? It must be because the Praxis is a bigger cargo bay. Why would it be a Roke? Wait, why would it be a Roke? Why would a Roke beat? Okay. Man, are we really going to go to... Look at the Cosmos missions. Back when people actually bothered to explain Cosmos missions. Oh, PI? PI was brand new back then. Manufacturing, da-da-da-da-da. All right, so hold on. Let's do this. We got a Roke. Bit off topic. We don't have a top. We have left any semblance of a topic behind. But have you mentioned how the Drifter stockpile drops Sancha-related loot? I haven't mentioned that, but there's a oddly tight relationship between Sancha and Drifters. I mean, Sancha shows up in Shattered Wormholes. Or slightly higher yield than a Venture with more cargo than a Venture. You have a whole forum post about this topic? Well, I mean, we're just going to do it real quick, and you're going to correct me if I get anything wrong, okay? So we're going to go here. We're going to grab mining lasers. And mining laser upgrades. It's just a miner, right? Miner. Miner 2. And mining laser upgrades. Can't do it for the CPU, but that's okay, because we'll come here and we'll do a overclocking unit. Oops. And we will overclock this thing. And now we have done it. Our yield is 132. Cargo? Well, we're assuming for right now we're assuming we're ignoring cargo because we're jet canning, okay? So now obviously I think that the Praxis is going to win on this. But if we go to 132 times 8, we get 1,056 units per minute. Now if we go to the Praxis, yeah, because the Praxis is missing a slot, right? So yeah, you're right. The Praxis is going to lose. But the Praxis is going to have the more cargo bay. Oh, and a lot less CPU. A lot less CPU. Can I even do it? No, you just can't. Huh. Yeah, so this is going to be 171 times 7. So yeah, no, it's just going to be better. Oh, the Praxis is so good at so many things. But I do like the fact that the Roke is probably going to be superior. Let's see, actually, just one last thing. We just look at the raw stats. Compare the Praxis with the Roke. Capacity. So the Praxis is going to have a higher capacity. Shouldn't have looked. We were looking straight. All we were looking for was throughput. We were just looking at 100% throughput. That's why I did it that way. Yeah. I like the idea of dedicated racial miners mapping the MOA to the Frigg and the Rogue to the cruiser. I don't know. I like dedicated mining ships. I like the ore line personally. It's crazy that it's a Caldari ship. Hold on. Because, like, this is such bullshit. Wait. Hold on. We got there with only 4 low slots? Okay. Interesting. All right. Let's try to get vaguely back on track. We have 10 more minutes in this video.
So 2004 player. One of the things I guess
yeah, you can mine Spotamine with a miner 1, a miner 2, right? 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 I'm pretty sure. I know that there's some weird, like, requirements where it's like, this isn't good enough. But I'm pretty sure you should be able to mine all the Potchman ore with any miner.
I could talk about, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time on.
'Cause I've done it with Adventure.
It's just the new player experience. So I started in 2004. I'm still getting that new player experience today. And I guess that's what makes EVE so great. When I started, I was promptly told by the people talking local, hey, go out to see Old Man Star, and I went because I was naive, and I had a great time, and then I got blown up on the way back. But I'm like, hey, all right, don't listen to everything. And there's just been a series of recurring events where it's like, okay.
I do have a video where we go and do some low sec, or I experiment with some Postman mining, I think with a prospect. The biggest key is that the mining sites are dead space. No, they're not. They're not dead space, right? No, they are dead space. They are dead space. So as long as you get off the beacon and they're big, you can pretty much get away from somebody who's trying to catch you.
Okay, you're doing this, you're having the experience, you're learning a lesson from it. And over the years, I've met a ton of great people. I've come here to FanFest. And now I like to spend a lot of my time like in the new player experience channel, sharing what I know, and it's just all part of what makes EVE great. You take it on the chin, you don't fly what you can't afford to lose, and you just carry on having those great experiences.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I've got
one thing I will say, starting Friday, with the event over, I want to shift us from doing labyrinth fleets and tourism fleets to doing dual standings fleets in Pochfin. So we're going to be getting cheap ships and jumping into Pochfin, roaming around, killing rogue drones, looking at what's there, seeing if we can find any wrecks to salvage, set up mining fleets or whatever, get killed, and then do it again and again and again. So expect that to be a thing, guys, especially if I can get other people that's willing to lead fleets in. They're simple processes. We go in and we just do whatever we can, and then we die, and then you repeat it over and over and over again to get dual standings up. Because one of the big things that we're going to need to get for the Babaraga is trig salvage. And so we're either going to have to fight trig themselves, or any predictions on if CCP is going to do anything with the possible Jove gates tomorrow? I don't think that they're going to do anything tomorrow per se. I think that this is going to, something tells me this is going to play out longer, over a longer period of time. That said, I'm making that prediction hoping that I'm wrong, right? Like, I'm wrong a lot with my predictions, so I'm going to guess no, nothing's happening tomorrow. Nothing of any interest is happening tomorrow. Don't worry about it. And if something does happen, I'll cover it on my stream. Trust me. So, but once this event ends, I want to focus us on getting dual standings with both Trig and Edencom. So that way, if we do need to start fighting Trig and Edencom to build Stormbringers and Babaragas, everybody has their standings a little bit higher than 0. So that way we can kind of go back and forth. I don't think they'll do much of anything until Legion AK 27th. We might get more lore of it, like a World New Eden News or a Scope video or something like that, but I don't think they're going to do another big thing tomorrow per se. But like I said, we're going to start doing Pochfin fleets starting Friday. So get involved in the Discord. We'll be having lots of fun. Same thing. People were hyped about Warden when event ended, but things changed only next day. Right. Yeah. I mean, things always happen slower than we would like them to. Keep that in mind. And they have a whole year before, well, they've got like 6 months before the next expansion after Legion, and a whole year before Vanguard goes into open beta.
a little bit of a story in 2 parts. Much like many of the other folks here, I spent most of my 2006 birth date in EVE and HiSec, and it took 2 different attempts to try and find a new home outside of HiSec before I landed where I was at. The first one was with a wormhole corp of some hometown friends from mine in Nebraska, and joined them. Immediately they said, hey, can you fly an Oracle? I'm like, yeah, I can fly an Oracle. Like, come on, we've got some, we just found a new wormhole we want to got. We've got to do some eviction. And this was back in the early days of wormhole, where every moon had a POS with hundreds of modules. So my first week was spent 10 hours a day shooting pauses in an Oracle. And I decided this wasn't for me. So I left, kind of went AFK for a while, and then came back about a year, or when I made my next attempt to go find a new home about a year and a half ago, was in nullsec with a buddy of mine was like, oh, I've got a friend who lives down in Deterate at the time with a corp. We should go join them. I'm like, sure, I've never done nullsec. Go down there. Corp was dead. No, we were the only 2 active players in the Corp, but the Alliance was a good group of people. And over the span of a couple months, I went from a random null nobody to right as Equinox launched, I was mapping out SOV of Equinox and helping the Alliance determine what was the most valuable space.
One can hope.
And everything. And part of that, unfortunately, was realizing our space is too good. And then because of my mapping, helped plan the evacuation for G Club out of null.
I do realize like that is an interesting moment to people in Equinox when you're like, oh shit, our systems are valuable. Someone's going to come and kick our ass.
Second Deterate at the time, so it was took 2 attempts, but finally found a nice home outside of the safety of HiSec.
Nice.
Nice.
Thank you. Do we have more stories or questions?
So I've been playing since 2012 and 13, and the first few years I was like a typical nullsec carrier, joined a few big fleets, did a bit of small scale stuff, and a bit of solo stuff. But when you fly solo and bring like a ship that looks like it can actually do combat, people bring 10 guys that can do actual combat. So at some point I got pretty frustrated about it and kind of stopped. But I always got the itch back to do it again. And since I fly Logi in like big fleets always, I had a pretty like intimate relationship with like the Scimitar or Nyros. My wallet didn't, so I looked at the Scythe and like the Executor. And then I looked at the Scythe again and it was like SE2 turret slots and a missile launcher slot. So I obviously put small lasers on it on a rocket launcher, like some good armor tank in the lows, a tracking disruptor in the mid, Tenement, Scram Web. Got that fixed shipped down to me at my home. And then I saw like, oh, there's a Cinnabal coming, he's alone. And he jumped into my system. I was like, oh, am I AFK? I baited him on a gauge, just sitting there like, oh, I'm AFK, I'm alone, Scythe, T1. Like, well, just shoot me. So yeah, he'd approach, and I hit orbit 500 with a tracking disruptor. So he very slowly, with like a 200 DPS, he was slowly, very, very slowly dying. You know, barely could counter his like peak recharge on this buffer fit. And when he was in like 10% hull, a blue vagabond showed up and fucking stole the fucking final blow. But ever since then, I've been doing good on a promise of CCP of putting Logi on kill mail.
Nice.
Thank you.
So, yes, it's working. So I read the board, My First Scam, and I'm thinking, well, that's, in that sense, it was actually my second almost rage quit. My first rage quit was when I was 3 weeks old, almost. But the bottom line to both of these is that there are players in EVE who help you out when you're absolutely miserable. And so I want to phrase, the thing that has always kept me in EVE is because there are players who help you in the darkest moments. So rather than go into details, I think that's the TLDR.
Yeah. I'm actually going to jump in here and say that, like, this is absolutely true. You know, as much as we enjoy killing people, there is, we're here to support each other too. You know, life is hard, especially lately. Life has been hard. So actually, I'm going to take this opportunity to play a video for you guys that has been very important for me and for other people too. This was made by Coffee Rocks 9 years ago.
This is World.
Nope, that's not it. What is happening? Nope, that's not the right one. So there was a guy, John Bellicose, who sadly enough, didn't win his fight with depression. And there's a thing called John Bellicose Day every year to kind of honor him and stuff. He was a member of Brave. I've met his mom Bellicose, several times. She's a wonderful person. But in honor, like, that was a wake-up call for a lot of people. And so this program called Broadcast for Reps was started. I'll just let the video play.
Rocks of Thrall Nation and the Brave Collective.
I'm Rick Javix, CEO of Stay Frosty and executor of a Band Apart Alliance.
I'm CCP Mimic. I'm Sindel Pelion.
I'm Kigali.
Hi, I'm Tengu Grip.
Hi, I'm CCP Cart.
And we're here to talk about something very important.
EVE Online is often called many things.
Sociopaths in space.
A haven to thieves and scammers.
A universe of bullies.
And honestly, there's some truth in that.
In EVE, I will shoot you.
I will gank your favorite ship.
I'll loot your corpse. I will add that corpse to my wonderfully fantastic and ever-growing collection.
I will scam you out of everything you own.
They will infiltrate your alliance.
And I will make your entire space empire burn to ash. Gladly. In a heartbeat.
I might even laugh at you afterwards.
I might post about it on the forums.
And then I'll tell you to harden the fuck up.
I know,
But
Fox 4.
Always remember,
so many good memories out of this.
That's only in the context of the game.
Good or bad, pirate or angel, we all play EVE because we love being part of this community.
And you are a part of that same community.
You.
Part of us.
Sadly, every year we lose fellow gamers to a horrible affliction that touches every race.
Every religion.
Every creed and every culture.
It affects everyone on this planet in one way or another.
What makes this malady so horrible is that it can be prevented.
We're here to talk to you about suicide.
Every 40 seconds, there is another death by suicide in the world.
There are a lot of reasons why so many people die by suicide.
Depression.
Loss of a loved one.
Anxiety and stress.
Financial hardship.
Mental illness.
Addiction.
And the EVE community is not immune to any of this.
Every year we lose some of our fellow gamers to suicide.
Sometimes we look back and see the signs were there.
But we just didn't realize it. Sometimes it comes as a shock, seemingly out of nowhere.
I'm Mom Bellicose, John Bellicose's mom. My son John had a brilliant mind, a compassionate heart, and was renowned for his kindness. He was a natural teacher. His grandmother used to call him the professor. John was a very popular teacher of brave newbies, which is not surprising. John loved playing internet spaceships. He tried to recruit me more than once. John also suffered from crippling depression, and that's why I'm here talking to you. John's battle with depression ended in April 2014 when he died by suicide. I want John to be remembered for more than how he died. He loved to teach, so we must talk about depression, mental illness, and suicide. Talking about suicide saves lives. It's a way we can keep John's memory alive and help build a legacy for him. If you struggle with depression or any other form of mental illness, seek help. Please. Reach out. I know that's easier said than done, but it must be done. If you don't feel like you deserve help, then do it for John. Do it for me. Because you matter. You absolutely matter more than you can ever know or that depression would ever want you to believe. Reach out for help. Broadcast for Reps.
If you're having thoughts of suicide, please ask for help.
From your friends, from your family, from us, your fellow corps mates.
Please.
Broadcast.
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 Please broadcast for Reps. Broadcast for Reps is a suicide prevention initiative started by your fellow Capsuleers. You'll find a host of resources available to you when you reach out to Broadcast for Reps. There's a wiki on the EVE subreddit, the hashtag on Twitter and Facebook. You'll find references to Broadcast for Reps around the EVE community. In the game, you can even join the chat channel Broadcast for Reps to find someone to chat with. You can speak to a group or even ask for someone to talk to one-on-one.
The people who participate are not professionals.
They are gamers just like you, who are here to listen.
To help.
To offer a friendly ear if you choose to talk.
You are not alone.
We are here with you.
We want you to stay with us for the rest of our lives.
So I can fly with you.
So I can shoot with you.
So you can gank me.
Please don't gank me. Thanks.
So I can mine with you.
So I can jump your goods.
So you'll buy my loot.
We love you.
We love you.
We love you.
We love you.
So please.
Broadcast for Reps.
Fly safe.
And fly brave.
Fly safe.
Fly safe.
Praise James.
So, yeah, obviously a huge departure from what we've been talking about, but I feel like this is very important to me. This is a program that has quite frankly saved my life. So if you need any help, reach out for help. We're here to help you. You can even reach out to me if you want. I'll listen. But yeah, Broadcast for Reps. And that, I mean, like, if there's anything that goes into what we've been talking about today, it's that Eve is about us, right? The things that challenge us about Eve are things that are challenging about us as human beings. The struggles that we go through, learning about risk aversion, about human dynamics, about trust. And I think that this is an important piece of who we are as a community. And like I said, it saved my life. And I'm really appreciative of this program. So now that I've given up any semblance of monetization of my stream, thank you guys for checking that out. We will finish off this video now. I'm sorry for the aside if it was too much for people. But I feel it's important. And I feel like maybe one of you guys needed to hear that. So there we go.
That without other players, there would be no Eve. In the sense of, it's people first. Thank you.
That's very true. Thank you.
CCP Movement was amazing.
So my first day was pretty eventful. I've done everything that's on that list happened in my first day. I was streaming my first experience playing EVE Online, and so there were a bunch of people from Twitch who were watching me experience the game for the very first time. I'd only planned on streaming for like 3 or 4 hours, and ended up going for, I think, more than 10 hours in the first gameplay session. And a lot of these things happened simultaneously. So in the process of playing the game, I started looking at the market, and I found these weird things called filaments. And I thought that those were kind of interesting, and chat was like, you should use one of those. And I was like, what do they do? They're like, you'll find out. So my first, I count this as a scam, resulted in me being dropped into the middle of nullsec with no idea what was actually going on and attempting to make it back to highsec alive. Chat was convinced that I was not going to make it back alive. They were like, you are definitely dead. And I was like, little do you know, I'm an expert video game player. I'm going to make it back. And 5 jumps later, I was dead, and I made it back the fast way to Jita or wherever it was at the time. I don't think it was even Jita. I think it might have just sent me straight back to like your new player, like starting home station.
Odd how trying to help people with the problem though, Jeff, is that the algorithm doesn't know the difference. It just knows that you're talking about the topic, you know?
And then after that quick scam, chat decided, well, we can convince them to do anything. Let's see how they handle wormhole space. And so at the very end of the day, 30 seconds before downtime, I warped to 0 on a wormhole that I had somehow managed to scan down with the help of everybody, and died immediately on landing at 0 to a bunch of Triglavians who were guarding their Pochven wormhole. And then the game closed because downtime started, and I was like, I have no idea what just happened, but I'll be back tomorrow.
Hell yeah.
Thank you. We have time for one last question or comment or story.
I would like to share about my first PvP experience. So I was in HiSec mostly. Shout out to CAS, Center of Advanced Studies, the NPC Corp. They also help a lot learning about the game and such. I had a friend that accepted to help me to learn how to PvP. So we just warp the wormhole, and I get into an Atron, jump in. The first thing I see, a Heron just beside the wormhole, just look it in, and then kill it and get the wipe, get in that PvP action. Then I look at the profile, and then I start asking my friend, okay, who's this person? What is this corp? It turned out to be a Signal Cartel.
Aww.
And then I was like, okay, what is Signal Cartel?
Don't kill
and
Signal
then
Cartel.
she explained to me their purpose, and then that was the time that I understand that EVE is not just shooting ships or doing stuff, but it's also about like people and communities around it. As soon as I knew, I was like, just directly messaged the guy and saying that, hey, can I just SRP? Can I just give you something? I felt so bad. But I mean, still having that PvP vibe going on, I guess.
Very cool.
Thanks for sharing. Thank you. Right. Thank you guys very much for your stories. They're all amazing. We can see that some things are very similar, some things are very different. But thank you very much. And I just want to say at the end that there's no other time in EVE's history that has had more resources or more tools available for new players. And that's mostly thanks to you, the community. So thank you guys, and have a great FanFest.
And thank you guys for checking out this video with me and the stream. We had some good fun doing some Dark Abyss in a Cerberus earlier, and then of course checking out all of these stories about our experiences as newer players, including Hilmar's and my own. And, you know, obviously we talked about broadcast reps and everything. I think today's been a good day today, guys. So tomorrow we will be showing off the Firestorm Ikitursta, very spicy ship. And one of my favorite ships to fly. We will see if it's how sad I am at the end of the day tomorrow. I will say that the Ikitursa I'll be flying tomorrow is one of the first Ikitursas ever made, and I've had it for a long time. So we'll see. But if you want, you can have the link down below for the Cerberus, etc. So I will say, if you are interested in EVE Online, or if you have not used your buddy code, please use the link down below or in chat right now in order to get your free million skill points. It does help those who help the stream. And if you're interested in joining us and maximizing player engagement with EVE Online, the Convocation of Empyreans is recruiting. Please join the Discord. You actually don't need to join the Convocation. Join the Discord. We're on there all the time, just hanging out and chatting about EVE and other things and whatnot. Hop on in and see what's going on. You can give yourself different tags, including flagging yourself as interested in YouTube videos, so that way you see my videos as I'm getting ready. Usually I put out a post like an hour beforehand to give people a heads up, and we have, you know, EVE Universe Show channel where we can discuss topics, and there's a supporter channel for anybody who has taken the extra step to become a member of the channel, which I really do appreciate every single one of you who has made that choice, or even made the bigger choice of gifted memberships to other people. You guys are awesome and are the reason why I can do this. So, with all that said, I've been Ashtarothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put EVE into context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you guys so much for coming, and thank you especially to my Immortal tier supporters, 745 MPSI, Eridanika the Queen, Bad Boy Smooth, Ebo Leet, Erlendis, Alanje, Flash Gordon, May, Malik Starfire, Malin, Mercuton, Nihilum, LM1, Sheesh, and Rid. Thank you guys so much for everything. I hope I should be here tomorrow for more Abyss action and videos. If you want to give me an idea of what video I should cover next, let me know. Otherwise, I'll figure out something that'll probably be Frontiers related. But all that said, I've been Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden. Until next time, I'll see you in space. Buy merch. Buy merch. Like the stream for the guineas.
Bring on the wrecking machine. For every city